Hello, everybody, and welcome to The Night Owl, a show that we do twice a week where we talk about all the latest in pop culture news, TV and movie reviews, gaming news, and just the general conversations of the day. For those who don't know me, I'm Price of Reason, and with me, as always, is my co host, Professor R2. How's it going, Professor?
It's going well. I'm glad to be here tonight. It's been a nice, restful couple of days. So it's always nice to get those, right? Yeah. Occasionally, there's just like not too much going on, and you can just kind of chill.
Yep.
And I got wild news that a friend of mine that guy that I grew up with, knew in high school, is moving within like an hour of me, and I'm jazzed, like to have an old friend like nearby. That's really
I couldn't
really
tell if
cool.
you were really jazzed. You sound kind of, you
No,
didn't seem excited enough
no,
considering that he's your old friend.
no. I've already gotten out the wild, crazy excitement. I startled the living hell out of my kids when I found out. Like, what?
Well, that
Like, what?
sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, yeah. It's always good to reconnect with old friends. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
kind of cool. But
Well,
yeah, I'm glad to be here tonight. Awesome to see so many of you out there in the chat with us tonight. Seeing Phantom Monk hanging out with us over there on Rumble. Good to see you, Phantom Monk. I'm sure we'll see some more of our regulars over there trickle in. Got some of our other usual friends over on YouTube with Kira Runte, Angry Sparrow, Zonar J5, E. Clay Thomason, Ista Phobos, champion of YouTube, Fishbulb, Gavin Unit. Man, it's great to see all your Big Sur River. Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Man, it's been a wild, wild weekend with this Spider-Man movie, man. We spent all night talking about it on Thursday.
yeah.
And man, it has absolutely taken, as I kind of predicted. I did not predict it was going to break 1 billion in 4 days or 5 days or whatever, but I had predicted this was likely to be a really, really big hit in the theaters, and it really did just eat up all the cultural space this week, and ain't nobody talking about the Odyssey anymore. it's all Spider-Man all the time now.
I had a feeling that it would do really well. I mean, to tell you the exact number, I didn't know, but I'll tell you this: when it came to pre-ticket sales, it was something that you know, it was it was significant. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't when you had the pre-ticket sales, you could tell the people were going crazy and buying them. This kind of frenzy that I'm not used to seeing, and I already had a feeling unless the movie was unwatchable, meaning you sit there and it's like a Supergirl, unless it's a movie like that, I think I told you that even if it was pretty good, it's going to do fine because Spider-Man is a big brand and he's very popular and they've built this thing for years and even when the whole MCU was tanking and when they said there was Coov and viruses and whatever, even then No Way Home, everybody said people wouldn't go to the theater. They all went to the theater. It's kind of like there's this feeling that if there's a movie with Spider-Man in it, audiences are going to go see that one. It's not like the Marvels or Supergirl or one of those weird things. Uh, it's a combination that I think that the previous installments delivered something for people. They've built the brand of that MCU Spider-Man pretty well. It's not that
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
necessarily my favorite Spider-Man, but I think that they, when it came to the marketing and the idea and what they did with the Spider-Man MCU Spider-Man, I think that they did well. And I will even say I said it that I think that in this movie he gave his best performance as Spider-Man. It's like it took him about 7 movies, but at the end he's like, "Ah, okay, now I get it."
Yeah, I think you're right. First of all, Spider-Man is he's a very, very popular character. The people really like the character of Spider-Man. The average person out there knows who Spider-Man is. This isn't Thunderbolts, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's people out there who like Thunderbolts, but they're a very small, very dedicated group of people. Most people have no idea who the hell Thunderbolts is. Most people have no idea who the hell New Avengers are, right? They don't know these characters. They don't care about these characters. Oh, Nerd Wars. Thank you for the raid, Erwin. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but most people don't know who those characters are when it comes to, something like Captain America: Brave New World. It's like they get this. Well, that's Captain America, but it's not Captain America. Like they're not invested in that character. They were invested in the previous version of Captain America that they saw through all these movies, and he got his arc and he got his story and it finished. And it's like, okay, so now there's this new one, but I don't. Spider-Man, it's a known quantity. Everyone knows who it is. Ages 8 to 80, right? Like everyone knows who Spider-Man is. And so I think that there's a familiarity there. And then, like you were saying, as far as the movie going public and the MCU and everything with Spider-Man, the three previous Spider-Man films in the MCU were, if not the best of the MCU, at the very least, they were above average. They were entertaining films. Right. And so I think a lot of people just expected, like, hey, they made three, the previous Spider-Man films were enjoyable. They liked Tom Holland in the role. Not everyone does, but a lot of people do. They like him in that role. And so, yeah, people, said, yeah, I'm turning up for this. I'm going to go see this.
I've never felt that I hated Tom Holland, but I've always just kind of felt that he was just there. I do feel that in No Way Home, he was a bit better than the other movies, and this time it was his best performance. I feel like he really, like I said, after so many times playing this character, maybe finally he got it. Because I'm not claiming that he's the best actor, but at least when it comes to Spider-Man, I think he finally understood the assignment.
Yeah, I have never loved Tom Holland, but I think he's perfectly talented. He's suited to the role. I mean, as far as physically, doing the stunts, doing the stuff on stage, doing the performance, I think he's good. I think he does, as well as anybody could with the athleticism of the role, and even doing some of that without even having a stunt double, right? Like
well,
actually just
athletic.
Getting out there and doing it. He's very athletic, and he's trained, in doing gymnastics and dance and stuff like that. So yeah, he moves really well, and I think he looks good in the suit. He looks good as you would expect Spider-Man to look. And honestly, in this one, I thought it was kind of cool that there were some things like he's actually wearing a spider suit. It's not completely CGI'd onto him in every single scene like it has been in some of the previous films and previous iterations of Spider-Man.
Right, so. And some of it was all this kind of like Iron Boy and whatever it is.
Oh yeah, the Iron Spider suit that they had before. I mean, it made sense for him to have that if they were, he suddenly gets pulled into space and whatever, but it's just like, it's too much, right? It's too much for Spider-Man. He needs to be the guy in the spandex, the ground level fighting, his little rogues gallery of people, like making him an Avenger. I never felt worked all that well, being part of a bigger team, and then making him galaxy, spanning hero. It's like, no,
you haven't seen the last of that though, and the end of the movie only explains to you that you haven't seen the last of that.
Oh yeah, no, I think that what that was trying to do was build some sort of a bridge to Doomsday, that we're going to see a Spider-Man, not Tom Holland Spider-Man, but a Spider-Man somewhere else, because we do know that we know from all the spoilers that have come out that it looks like we're going to see the last of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man as part of that, the opening bit of that film.
Everything we've read annoys me. Everything we've read about
did you see the bigger leaks that came out like last week?
I saw something.
Even more detailed leaks that came out last week, and my God, that movie sounds absolutely terrible.
It's still going to make, it's going to make money, the first one. Or at least it's not going to fail the first one.
No. I don't think it's not going to be like a massive, like only going to make 400 million at the box office flop. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm certain it's going to have a huge opening weekend. I don't know if it's going to be as big as this opening weekend though. I mean, this movie doesn't have Spider-Man in it. It's, we'll see what the hype is as we get closer and closer to it coming out. But yeah, I'm sure Doomsday is going to have a really solid opening. As far as where it goes from there, I think a lot of people are going to feel like it's a bait and switch. Just listening to the people talk about it, reading the plot, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to go into it and they're not going to be happy with what they see. So I'm convinced that it's going to have a rough time in the theaters compared to this. But yeah, I'm sure it's going to have a big opening weekend. People got to get the got to get the word out that, oh, no, don't bother. This sucks. And then the second weekend just falls out from under it, where I'm certain that this movie is going to have a massive second weekend. I really think it's going to be huge.
I mean, they're doing the IMAX screen now.
Yep.
I think that's going to make
There's a
money.
bunch of IMAX screens that are gonna be leaving the Odyssey behind and moving on to showing this. And honestly, I would almost go see it again. I don't need to, but yeah, I was really let down by the actual the theatrical experience when I saw it, because the camera, the projector, I keep saying cameras, the projector the brightness was way down on it, and it was kind of hard to see.
This was Spider-Man?
Yes. Yeah. We were in one of the smaller theaters. And when the projection was really dim, and it was hard to see. And I could tell it was just that the projection was, you know what I mean, like the brightness on it was turned down. It was clearly, it was not like the movie was made dark. Like it was clear that like everything was down.
That's happened to me before, and I'll tell you what. I have a theater, one of those AMCs in my area that has a lot of theaters. Now, sometimes, and there would be certain theaters that I know that if I get a ticket to, I know that it's going to have that problem where the screen is darker, because they're not in a hurry to fix it, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe these days, these theaters are struggling with money anyways, so if a projector seems it's a bit darker, they do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors that people, conspiracy theory stuff that people have passed around, saying basically that some of these theaters are running these projectors at lower brightness to stretch out their lifespan, right? So that they last longer.
It's possible.
And I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, yeah, these theaters are struggling for money. And people say, oh, but this movie made $1 billion this weekend, and they got to keep half of that. Well, no, they didn't, actually. Usually on the opening weekend, theaters only get to keep, I mean, depending on the movie, depending on the contract that they sign, theaters might only get to keep 10% of that, maybe 20. A lot of times for opening weekends, they do not get to keep a really big chunk of that. So, yeah, I mean, in the long run, theaters are going to be having a really good summer. Obviously, they got the Odyssey and all the cultural moment behind that, which I don't quite understand because the movie wasn't that good, but whatever. And then the Spider-Man, which again, I wouldn't say is a bad movie. I'd say it's an okay movie.
It's overhyped.
It's entertaining.
But
it's entertaining, and so people are really glomming onto it and headed out to the theaters to see it. And yeah, theaters are going to be doing really well money wise. This. I
mean, I said on my. What was I going to say? I said on my in my review that basically you could poke a lot of holes in the screenplay for this movie, and it certainly has its issues. But even as I was thinking all of this, there were enough elements of it that if you don't think about it too much, you can enjoy the movie as a fun comic book movie, even with its issues. And there's enough to kind of hold on to enjoy. But yeah, it's not a perfect movie. And when the dust settles, I think that at some point somebody will acknowledge that this wasn't necessarily the best movie. But it shows that people still have an appetite for movies that don't completely suck, that are fun. There's fun here to be had watching this movie, at least.
Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, and it's also kind of the last hurrah for the for the summer in the movie theaters. because a lot of students are headed back to school here in the next few weeks. So, yeah, man, Prez, you're talking about this movie. Like some of the discussions online about this movie have been wild, wild. Specifically talking about Jean Grey, right?
Right.
All of the discussions where people going back and forth, just like, I don't know, it's like ride or die for Jean Grey. Like, oh, she's not a villain. She's no, nobody died. And I've even seen this from some people in our circles. Like I saw, it was Angry Badger was posting some stuff about she didn't kill anyone. That at the end of the movie, Peter tells her, "You're not a killer," and that means she didn't kill anyone. I'm like, what?
There was a really easy way, and this is something that I think I had some conversations with Kata about, or I mean, we went back and forth on a thread. Is that it was so easy to wrap up Spider-Man: Brand New Day in a way that they could just continue to do whatever they want to do with the quote unquote sympathetic female villain, but they just needed to have her like apprehended at the end or voluntarily, realizing her mistake, sitting in some cell, show anything that shows that recognizes that she's done something bad. You know what I mean? Or I had another idea for you. You want another idea?
Sure.
Uh, he gets shot, Spider-Man. The Punisher arrives. She suddenly feels bad. One could ask why she didn't feel bad when she was in the Punisher's mind or inside Hulk's mind, who, had enough weird shit in their lives, but that didn't influence her. Only seeing, like, Marissa Tomei made her sad, I guess. There was a woman there. Who knows? In any case, that made her sad. So what would happen is, even if I'm given this movie right now and asked to just fix it, like there's only like we can only get like 1 day of shooting and we have to fix it. So what I would do is that the Punisher, basically, he wants to take Spider-Man to the hospital, and at the same time he also, he's pissed simultaneously at Jean Grey. He's not convinced that she's great, you know what I mean? He's still like, would ideally like to, get rid of her or
Yeah, of
something like
course.
that. But what happens is that she tells him something along the lines of, if you want to save your friend, the only person that can help you do that now is me. And then, what you do is that she, I don't know if she can somehow mind trick people into him like showing up and they don't know he's the Punisher. Because otherwise, how do they not know he's the Punisher? You know what I mean? That's one thing. Then, she tells him, like, I can do the breathing or whatever it is. At least it would give a reason why he's not there to shoot her or he doesn't want to kill her, because maybe he needs her to save Spider-Man's life and he thinks that there's no other choice. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah.
Listen,
he has to let her go to save Peter's life.
right.
Yeah.
And then maybe at the end, like after the whole thing with Peter, he actually still wants to catch her, but she's gone. You know what I mean? At least give something for her to just like him to tell her she's great, and everybody says yes, she's great, without any kind of accountability. Meanwhile, you had the Punisher, and they wouldn't let him kill anybody. You know what I mean? They had the character there. He can't kill anybody. He has to be a good guy. She kills everybody, and people tell her she's the best. It's a really annoying ending.
Yeah. Well, and just this argument. Oh no, she's not a killer. She's not this, whatever. It's like, dude, she threw 2 people off of a roof. She had people shoot each other. She controlled the Punisher to shoot other guys. She drove a massive tank through the middle of an incredibly busy town with vehicles and pedestrians everywhere, smashing up cars, nearly drove right through a fully populated bus that if Spider-Man had not diverted the tank, it would have killed dozens, if not, many more people. It's like, and then drives that tank into a government facility, not an isolated government facility, by the way, a government facility in a populated area. And inside that is a bomb that she explodes. Like, to think that, okay, well, nobody died. Okay, well, all right, fine. Let's say a 1 in a billion chance that nobody died. Okay. She still is a psychopath who tried to kill many, many, many people. She just happened to fail at it. Right?
Right.
It's a ridiculous argument. And then to say, well, she threw people off roofs. Well, no, she knew that Spider-Man would be there to save them. So what? How does that make it better? What if something happened and Spider-Man couldn't save them? Spider-Man, we see his powers are acting up. He's having trouble using them and stuff during the movie. What happens if she threw MJ off that roof and Spider-Man couldn't save her because his powers weren't working properly? Right?
Yeah.
She hits the ground, smack, dead. Right? The intent of all this matters, right? And she's doing things that are absolutely psychopathic. She's killing, or at the very least has an intent to kill people throughout this, or is so careless that she is doing things that are going to get people killed to try to write this off as no, she didn't. She's innocent or whatever. It's like, no, and absolutely not.
And John Bernthal as the Punisher has those moments. He's like, "Wait a minute, you don't get to leave," or something. You know what I mean? Like he has to just get pissed at her. He's like, "You did this to him. You killed all those people. You're going to pay for," or something. He lets his emotion out, like he's angry. And then she said, "You can see everything that you're saying is true, but if you want to save your friend now, I'm the only one that could do it." And then at least we all acknowledge he told her that what she did was terrible. She understands that what she did is terrible, and if you want to call it a redemption or something that makes her a little sympathetic now that there's redemption, she's going to help him, save Spider-Man. But part of this plan is she also disappears. And even though the Punisher doesn't like this, he's going along with it because saving him at that moment is now more important than taking care of her. And I think that could have been a way to end it. I also read something, I didn't even know if it was true or not, that supposedly there was a scene that was filmed with Rosario Dawson's nurse, Claire, that she was in the Daredevil show. And apparently she's in the hospital and she's the one helping like keep Spidey's identity or something. There was something supposed to be with her. They even shot a scene and then I guess they deleted it. I actually like the idea that there was an insider because we know that she knows the Punisher. We know that, I think, from what I recall, I think that she knows him from that Daredevil show, right?
You would think she would, yeah.
I mean, she's in the same circles. Matt Murdock, Karen Page, Punisher. It's not like a far-fetched thing to think that she would know who he is, okay? So at this point, maybe the Punisher calls her, even if there wasn't Jean Grey. Let's just say that Jean Grey ends up in jail, okay? And you still want a solution. Her being at the hospital and maybe like Punisher giving her a call on the way and them kind of sneaking him into a side, anything. Who knows? I guess they couldn't because then everybody would have to be cheering from the window. I don't know. All I know is that there was a better way to handle what they did. And with a simple fix reshoot, something in the ending could have been done. Even if, let's say, okay, they keep the movie as is, 100% as is. You just add that little interaction between the Punisher and her after Peter gets shot, and at least you have that. You know what I mean? Basically, all you needed was one pickup shot of them two talking, her telling her she can't leave because she's a criminal and she did something bad, but her explaining that maybe all of that is true, but only she can save him. That would have saved it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, at least
absolutely. If there was something that explained why she walks away scot-free at the end, it's just, it feels so weird. It feels so odd that she's just like, no, I'm good, just walks away.
So weird. Yeah, I don't understand it. And I also don't know. I mean, I don't remember that Jean Grey was such an evil villain like that. You know what I mean? It's one thing if she's Dark Phoenix or whatever, but at this point, why would she be this evil?
She's a misunderstood girl.
No, fuck that. Fuck that misunderstood shit. So yeah, I mean, this is something that really bothered me, and I don't know. I mean, it's like they couldn't let go of the stupid sympathetic female villain thing. Like, why? Why are they holding on to the same shit all the time? The fact that you're a woman doesn't mean you can't do bad things, and if you're a woman and you do bad things, you're still doing bad things. Like, let go of this stupid fucking narrative already. It's just annoying. And still, I mean, I enjoyed the watching the movie, but man, is that annoying. Like,
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's really very irritating. So yeah, yeah, that's wild conversation about this stuff online, like all weekend long.
yeah,
So,
I mean, listen, I guess some people I'm not a hater here in the sense that I know that there's people that they enjoyed this movie, and I myself in my review, I think some people probably that got upset at my review didn't wait until the end because I'm basically like pointing out everything that's wrong with the movie, and at the end I said, "Listen, I still had fun watching it." I mean, I still say like it's kind of a missed opportunity because it could have been a better movie than it is. It's not going to hurt its box office numbers, that's for sure, but I never said that it would either in my video. I didn't say, "Oh, nobody's going to go watch it." I mean, I basically said right out the gate in my video that that movie, like you know, Spider-Man in general, manages to transcend any kind of market trend or anything like that. So, and I said there's fun to be had watching it. It's just a shame because I think that with a little extra effort, they could have made this like a great movie, and it's instead it's a pretty good movie that over time when the hype settles, you know, a lot of people are going to notice these flaws significantly more.
yeah, yeah, agreed.
And
Yep.
you know what else annoyed me? That you have all these like, you know, like the opposite of a Monday morning quarterback. Like there Kevin Feige has been losing so much and so often that the second that there's like a whiff of something successful, he's already there like, you know, capitalizing it on in any way that he can. He's like, "Well, like according to my plan, I knew that this and this, like we finally did this and I did that and I did this." It's like, dude, you've just like over the past, I don't know, 5 years since 6 years since Endgame, 7 years since Endgame, you flush down billions of dollars down the toilet and produce like the worst results. Like what you did in the past 7 years is nothing short of an embarrassment. Yeah, and again, I understand that before that he did maybe good things or maybe had a good team of people around him, but judging by his track record in like the past 7 years, it is like abysmal. But he's like already sitting around and like talking like who the fuck knows what he did. It's really not, and Amy Pascal too, and all that. It's not that they're such brilliant geniuses. It's the fact that the brand is so strong at this point that maybe they didn't go out of their way to make it a terrible movie. It was, you know, that even if they release something that's an okay movie, it got the job done. You know what I mean?
Sure enough. Yeah.
But did you see the kind of victory laps and what do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. They were everywhere. Yeah. Ugh.
It's like stop making it seem like you're playing 4D chess. What's your 4D chess? It's 7 years you made shitty crap, and now finally like a movie went well because it's like a Spider-Man movie, and now you're there like, you know, fixing your tie and like, you know, speaking all this shit. Fuck you. I don't
Oh
know if
well,
you
we
noticed.
we knew all along that this was going to be
uh,
the biggest film we made in a long time, and shut up.
Gavin Unit, Kevin Feige is the mastermind behind Phobos YouTube channel. You know what I think
I
Phobos?
don't know. James Gunn, I think, might be the mastermind.
Probably James Gunn. Phobos has probably made more money on his YouTube channel than Kevin Feige has for like 6-7 years. So you know what? Or James Gunn certainly had made more money than James Gunn at the box office recently.
Indeed. Yeah, I would say even if he hasn't made a penny, he's made more money than than DC made on Supergirl.
Let me see for a second if I can. I want to see if I like bookmarked anything of the dumb
Yeah.
shit that he said.
See,
I definitely
while you're
saw it.
looking that up, Istophobos earlier had a comment. He said, "People in my comments are saying my voice is AI." He's he's saying in his YouTube videos, Price, that people are calling him AI. He says,
That's
"I don't
funny.
sound nearly as smooth as Price."
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these days, to be honest, AI is getting so good that yeah, I'll think that I'm AI at the end.
Yeah, it's the way. Yeah, you're not even monetized yet, but you still made more money than Supergirl did
Supergirl did.
because
Yes.
Supergirl made negative money
Phobos is doing better than Supergirl. For 100%, that's true.
by not losing a penny.
So let's see if I can find it. So you have this. So basically, let me see if I can share it. You have this thing. I mean, I don't like discussing commies, but what can I do? They shared this Variety
Yeah,
article.
they share a lot of this BS, so yeah, kind of hard to
Here,
get
so
around
they
it.
basically what they do is they sit around now. Probably AI does it. Variety releases an article, and then they just post the headline and sit around with their thumb up their ass, which they've been doing for years. Uh, I'm not bitter or anything, but at the time that I started posting stuff back then, and I was shadow banned every minute, they built their stupid account, and they were the ones that like shill the hardest, just say whatever the trades say, and they built a whole empire surrounding just parroting what like Variety says. Like they have nothing to say. The only
Yeah,
time they
literally half of their articles are just like a link to a Variety article.
Right, right. Half their stuff, and if it's not that, it's like the Hollywood Reporter or Deadline. You know what I mean? They just look at those three. Probably in the past they had a guy doing it. Now maybe it's like AI. They just post it, put a picture, and make it seem like they've done something, and they've done nothing. The only time that they've ever provided commentary was that when they wanted you to like do like. They got like politically involved. You know what I mean? Basically, like they're. I hate to say it. This is just my personal opinion. I don't want to use the term sleeper cell because that has like a negative, people may think negative when they hear sleeper cell. So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that discussing film are a sleeper cell, Professor. So I want to make that clear before we move forward. In case anybody thought that, I want you to not think that because they're not a sleeper cell. But what I was trying to say is that they kind of lay dormant, not in a sleeper cell way, and they do the variety articles, variety articles, and then once like every half year there's some weird like commie thing going on or some weird like ultra left thing, and they're like, don't you want to sign this change.org? You know what I'm saying? Like suddenly they're like shoving in something that has nothing to do with their brand or what they've done. They've built like a community that reads their crap that they just regurgitate from these other things, have like millions of followers, and once in a while suddenly they'll be like, hey, don't you like all this commie stuff? Do you get what I'm saying? But that's just my personal opinion, of course. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe that's not true. It's probably not true. And again, I didn't say they were a sleeper cell.
Nope.
And I'm ashamed that some people heard this and thought that that's what I meant. I'm glad we were able to clear all of this.
Yes, I'm glad we cleared that up.
Okay, so Kevin Feige says there are plans for Spider-Man 5, but Tom Holland and Zendaya will rest first. There's always plans. Now this is it. This is Kevin Feige doing what Kevin Feige loves. This is some clever, sneaky bullshit. There's always plans. Tom and Zendaya are going to take a good and restful victory lap, which they very much deserve. Now, what is he saying here? He's basically saying that he deserves a victory lap too, but instead of like patting his own back and saying like, hey, what a victory lap I should be taking because I'm the best, he's being gracious. He's letting them take the victory lap. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he says victory lap and he's the guy that's supposed to be like he's basically taking credit for it, but at the same time making it seem like he's giving them credit for it, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's like the movie I produced, like all they can do now is take a victory lap because of the success, and they deserve it. They deserve it. I don't know. I feel like this was very carefully crafted stuff, but I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It's odd.
And let's see what else he says in his
the PR people have been working overtime to
definitely
write this stuff.
Right, but it was smart because if you would have been like, I need to take a victory lap, I'm the best, people would be like, oh, you're kind of an idiot, or you're kind of an asshole, or what happened in the past 7 years. So, but even Variety, all right, like already like 100% on board, like with the PR teams of Disney or whatever, allegedly. How does the article start? Kevin Feige can't stop breaking his own box office benchmarks as the president of Marvel Studios and the architect of the sprawling, ultra successful Marvel Cinematic Universe. Feige is now responsible for the 4 biggest opening weekends in history. You could tell that like a team of PR people were sitting there like this isn't so much an article that anybody writes, but it's like it was crafted by a team of people, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Crafted is the word. Yes.
I mean, the thing is that after Avengers Endgame, he could have legitimately sat and written all, like you could write this article and he could go and he could like pat himself on the back and you have nothing to say because at that moment in time, I think he deserved it. But to have like such stinky 7 years with like losing billions to now like just pop up as though nothing has happened wrong in those 7 years. It's all been great. He's never had any flops. He's never had any failures. He's always been at the top of his game. And right out the gate, they want to explain it. This reminds me of like the Kathleen Kennedy thing. In her case, they didn't have any real wins, so they really were like, struggling to even put together the PR. But here there was like something to work with, and they're running with it. His latest record setting blockbuster is Spider Man Brand New Day. I mean, it is a Sony movie for whatever that's worth, which collected a dizzying $360 million in its domestic debut and supplanted 2019's Avengers Endgame as the biggest opening weekend ever. To get a sense of the size and scale of the accomplishment, the third and fourth largest launches 2021 Spider-Man No Way Home with 260 million and 2018's Infinity War with 257 million earned 100 million less to start and still became 2 of the highest grossing movies of all time. And that's to say there's no telling where Spider-Man Brand New Day, the 30th installment in the MCU, will wind up by the end of its theatrical run. With 932 million globally after 3 days in theaters, the Tom Holland-led superhero adventure will cross $1 billion at the near-record clip and should climb at $2 billion in no time. And then Feige says, it's overwhelming, frankly, to find ourselves in this position on a Monday morning in the very best way. And yes, it's very nice. It's very nice. I mean, he's not supposed to be sad about this, but do we just forget that the man has like fumbled so many fumbles? Do you get what I'm saying, Professor?
Mm-hmm.
This is just like they came out with like a thing, that thing that when the cars are parked and you have to move the car because there's this machine that cleans the street.
Oh yeah,
that's Variety. They're just cleaning up all the garbage. No, he's always been great. Always he's the best. Always the best. He's breaking records again, as usual.
Just dominating. Can't help it.
Can't help you. Can't help being the best all the time. That's Oh wait, I'm not even sharing the right article. Let me show you so everybody can get annoyed together with me. So, Brand New Day, Holland's 4th solo outing as Spider-Man. Can you see it now?
Yep.
Follows the aftermath of the titular web slinger's pivotal decision in No Way Home to erase his identity from the world in order to savage the multiverse. Of course, the best thing about that movie is that he ended and he didn't know all those people, and now we were going to see him like on his own. Which was cool.
And we were going to get to see a new, all different version of him meeting new people. I honestly, I expected like, so now like he's separated from these, forcibly kind of separated from these people. He's going to have to go do new things. He's going to have to find a job. He's going to have to go to college. He's going to have, you know what I mean? Like he was going to have to do all of these things without his support network. And we were going to get to see the Spider-Man that we've seen and experienced in lots of other programs where he's struggling to balance his life and his as Spider-Man and as Peter and to continue his studying and do his work and all. Like, no, we don't get it. None of that. It's just,
yeah, I mean, this could have been so cool if we just see him they skipped over the interesting part. I wanted to see these years of him by himself having to deal with these villains, building himself as Spider-Man. They just skipped all over that, and they're just like, nope, he has to be. We got to bring in Zendaya. Honestly, if it was just Ned, they would have like sidelined him or just gave him a cameo. But with Zendaya, they couldn't do that. And I said this to somebody. I think it was maybe it was to Huff or something like that. That he posted something about Zendaya, and I explained to him. I said to him, listen, Zendaya has 177 million followers on Instagram. She has people that genuinely like her. Earlier this year, there was a movie with Robert Pattinson in her. Unfortunately, I saw that movie. I am very sad that I saw it, but I saw that movie. And what I'll say is that the movie was not anything special, but the movie had Zendaya in it. It also had Robert Pattinson, and between the both of them, a movie that cost very little to make actually made a ton of money just based on their names alone. They're the type of names that you throw them into a movie, and there's nothing you can say. You put Zendaya in a movie, and a lot of times it helps ticket sales. I don't know if she can sell every movie, and I will say that pretty wisely. It's not like she's done a million movies where she's like this big star carrying them. Most of the time, she knows how to put herself in a movie where there's a lot of other good stuff happening. And later, when they look at the exit polls or whatever it is, it turns out that there's X amount of people, whether it's young ladies or whatever it is, that like Zendaya and are willing to go and see a movie if she's in it. Now, do I know why exactly they want to see her in a movie? I don't. But I guess when they sat there at Disney, they're like, we can't not have her in the movie. You know, we have to make sure that she gets like a role and she's significantly in this. Not to mention she's married to Tom Holland, which
Yeah.
probably also.
I'm still yeah, I'm still in the camp that I've never actually seen her act. She's just herself.
Yeah, she's just herself
in every movie. It's Zendaya plays Zendaya. I'm not saying she's unpleasant or nasty or
No.
a terrible person. I'm just saying I just there are those actors, right? There's those actors where they just play themselves and everything, and that's what I feel with her. Like I never feel like she's embodying character. She's just being herself.
I've said it before. I think that when I see her and Tom Holland in interviews, they seem like a likable couple, a likable, relatively rare in the Hollywood scene. They don't come off as disrespectful in interviews. They usually seem pretty nice.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't hold anything against her. She has never attacked the fans.
Nope.
She's not one of those. She doesn't go out there and spout all kinds of crazy political stuff and activist whatever. Like she's not done any of that stuff. Which I genuinely, it's kind of sad that that's something that you like have to admire now in actors in Hollywood, that they actually do just sort of keep their mouths shut, mind their own business, talk about their movies and their careers, and don't go out of their way to talk about all sorts of politics and stuff like that. Like her and Tom Holland both, like they just kind of do their thing and to go out and promote their movies and then seem like nice, pleasant people. Like I would like more of that. I want to see more of that. Okay, that would be great. I've never, there's not anything that I have seen, anything that I've experienced of her in a film where I feel like she was actually performing. She's just being herself, which to be honest, I would much rather see her on screen being herself than see Mark Ruffalo on screen being himself.
Yep.
I mean,
I like her better than Rachel Zegler for whatever.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
She's not a deal breaker for me. If she's in a movie, I'm not like, no, Zendaya's there, I won't watch it. Like I don't have ill feelings towards her. But it's like you said, Professor, I think that she doesn't have a tremendous range, or I haven't seen it. Most of the time, the roles that she does, pretty decently are ones, and she's already kind of growing out of this one. When they needed like this kind of angsty teen or emo teen or whatever it is, I feel like she naturally gives off a vibe that is good for that. So when it was roles like that, I think it was right for her. But the problem is, I mean, both her and even Tom Holland are getting older. I don't think they can do the teenage roles forever, although, they seem to be good at that one. But I don't think that they can do that forever. And yeah, I mean, there was a movie that I saw called Challengers, and
Oh God.
do you know what movie that is?
Yes. Yeah, we saw trailers for that when we were in a theater and we were like, "Oh, this looks terrible." She's like she was a tennis pro and then she couldn't play anymore, so now she becomes a trainer and then she's like got two guys that are after her and
It
then
was
like they're
so
kissing each
annoying.
other
It
and
was
whatever. It's
so
so wrong.
fucking annoying, that movie, Professor. You know what's funny? I did a review on that, and from time to time, somebody still watches it. Like, it was one. It was one that I hesitated because the thing is that like nobody even knew what movie that was. It like came to theaters. I guess some people saw it maybe because she was in it, but I thought it was like a terrible movie. And certainly in our circles or people that watch my channel probably couldn't care less about it. And I put it there thinking that I'll have like 2 views, and it's not like I got a million views on it, but I feel like every now and then I feel like I see somebody still going back and watching that review. Maybe it was a this kind of smaller indie movie or whatever it is that not a lot of people reviewed at the time. I don't know, but you know, and the reason why I'm bringing up that movie is that movie really highlighted her biggest problem as an actress. Forget about the fact that like it was directed by a guy who had a LG type of agenda thing going on, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Which again, it's fine if you're into that sort of thing. It's just I felt that it was kind of false advertising because you think you're watching a sports movie and it's just some weird shit. But forget about all that. The movie has a lot of time jumps. So you see her as a teenager, like, and somebody in her like 18, 19 or something like that. And then you're supposed to skip forward and see her when she's like more like 30, okay, or whatever the age she's supposed to be. So it's bouncing back and forth in time to like a younger and older Zendaya. All the scenes that they needed, like the teenage Zendaya, I thought she was fine. And like you said, she was basically playing herself. And for some reason, when she acts like herself, it seems like she's a quirky teen or pleasant teen or whatever the fuck teen you want. Okay. So seemed all right for that. Once they jump to those kind of thing that she was supposed to be a more mature adult, like an older, more like, rough around the more life experience, whatever, didn't buy her at all. Those were the scenes that for me were like the worst. Like I didn't believe one word that came out of her mouth. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that really highlighted to me what like her limit is. It's not only the fact that she has a limited range, it's also the fact that like she there's only certain things, maybe even age groups she can play in my opinion. Now, I'm not a mean guy. If I ever see her in a role and she surprises me and she really manages to like, break that barrier and like and develop a new set of skills or like manage to kind of advance in her craft, I'll tell you, I think she was really good here. In the case of Tom Holland, it's been several movies that I was always like kind of ambivalent about the guy, but I said in No Way Home that I thought he got better, and in this one I thought that it was his best performance. So it's not that I'm looking not to give them compliments, but yeah, they're somewhat limited.
Mhm. Yeah, agreed.
Anyhow, where were we? Oh,
Yeah.
brand new day. Holland's fourth solo outing as Spider-Man. Okay, yeah, the thing. He's still fighting crime, but Marvel's friendly neighborhood hero is seriously struggling without his pals, Zendaya and Jacob Batalon by his side. They don't even write the name of his pals because all you know is that it's in Zendaya. Doesn't even matter what like the character's name in the movie is. By his side with a mysterious entity, Sadie Sink has something to do with that, threatening New York City. After a historic weekend at the box office, Feige spoke to Variety about Tom Holland's enduring popularity as Peter Parker, Sink's grand MCU debut, and what the success of Brand New Day means for December's epic crossover event, Avengers Doomsday. Prior to this weekend, did you ever, and like these questions that they're asking him, it's like, I bet you any, I'm not even gonna, I looked away from the screen and I'm going to look back in a second, but probably all the questions are like, Kevin, you're so great. How do you do it? Are you with me?
Mhm.
Are you ready? Okay. Prior to this weekend, did you ever think another movie would open to more than 300 million? After all, Avengers Endgame, the only other movie to achieve those initial heights, was the culmination of 22 interconnected films. I mean, I would argue that this is still part of the success of those films. Even a Spider-Man here that's successful, it didn't happen in a vacuum. I mean, They just haven't messed up Spider-Man like they did all the other shitty things that they fucked up. Sorry, Sean. I didn't, for all the reason I don't think anyone did, because of Kuv, because of the beating that theatrical took for so long. Do you get what he's trying to say? He's not saying that his movie sucked for so long. All this Kuv happened, and the theatrical had issues. It wasn't his issues; it was their issues.
He didn't do it.
They took a beating in the theatrical. How do you think they took a beating, Kevin? How do you think they took a beating? Maybe if you didn't release the Marvels, Captain America, Strange New World, or whatever the fuck that movie was, and all this other shitty movies, if you didn't release like a piece of shit after piece of shit with your, and all that Disney Plus garbage and all those shows that had the weird shitty agenda peddling, no accountability, no accountability. It's just like there was Kuv, and the theatricals really took a beating. It's been like the Kuv ended already years ago, right?
Oh, yeah.
But once the bar had been raised, it could be raised again, right? The first movie to ever cross 100 million ever was Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. The first to cross 150 in the one weekend was Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3. The first to 200 million was the first Avengers. And then, of course, the first to 300 million was Endgame. This is also a clever way to remind you of his successes, because maybe you didn't remember his successes. Now it's time to remind you that, like, Kevin Feige, when you think of Kevin Feige, think of success, because that's all. There was some Kuv and theatrical people taking a beating, but when it comes to results, he's always delivered results.
Always.
Always. Remember Avengers? Remember Endgame? We did think that things could increase, but the past 5 or 6 years didn't necessarily feel like that was the case. That's a long-winded way of saying I did not expect Endgame's record to be beat, but I couldn't be happier that it was beat this past weekend by our 38th MCU movie. Didn't they say it was the 39th a second ago? Like somewhere earlier in the article, they said it was the 39th. I feel like one of those PR people made a mistake. They didn't count properly, but in any case, and really, I mean, okay, it's an MCU movie, and yes, you could put your name on it, but really, it's funny that at the end, this is like a Sony movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And I almost feel like part of the reason why the Spider-Man movies sucked a little less, like that they were watchable and presentable these past few movies, is because like he has to be on his best behavior when it comes to Sony in order to not lose the deal. Also to kind of like you can't embarrass. You could be an asshole allegedly and an idiot allegedly within your own company, but once you step out, you kind of want to be less of an idiot. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like he's making the most effort that this guy can make, and actually to start thinking of how to get tickets sold and things like that, he does with this movie, just because he doesn't want to be embarrassed. And in that sense, I think it's somewhat lucky that Sony had any kind of piece of this movie, because I do feel like if it was all within his wheelhouse, that like with all he could do whatever he wanted, I don't know what we'd get. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
even here, I feel like he shoved his bullshit in here. We'll get to that, because I think that this Daniel Destin guy, he had a weird thing that he said today, and we'll get to that soon. But I, in spite of what the media is trying to sell now, think that Kevin Feige absolutely wanted Sadie Sink as Jean Grey in this thing. They tried to do a little piece today to make you think that wasn't the case, but we'll get to that. Do you know what I'm talking about, by the way, or no?
No, I didn't actually see that, no.
Oh, we'll get to it. Here, I'll continue my reading article voice. Where was I? Okay. The questions of asking him how he's the greatest. Let's see if it continues. The debuts of Brand New Day and Endgame are $100 million above the next biggest opening weekends. How did this movie rise to that level of popularity? Are they gonna fucking ask him a question, or all they gonna do is just like do the glazing thing? Every question is like,
oh god, you know what this reminds me of? It's really funny. We've actually just the other day we've been we've been kind of rewatching old Simpsons, and there's an episode where Burns runs for governor, right?
I know what you're gonna say, and tell me if I'm right. Tell me if I'm right before you continue. Are you gonna say a tough question, but a fair one?
No. That is, he does say that, but yeah, where she asked the question that Lisa is forced to ask, and it's like, your campaign has the momentum of a runaway freight train. Why are you so popular?
So doesn't he
It's
answer?
the most forced leading question, and it's ridiculous.
But doesn't he answer her? It's a
Yes, he
tough
does.
question.
Yeah, a tough question, but a fair one. Yeah,
Man, can you believe that I knew exactly what you were talking about?
yeah. Yes.
Professor, give me some props here.
Classic Simpsons, man. Love
Love,
classic Simpsons.
you know what? Back in the day, you reminded me. It's hard to remember this now, but in the earlier seasons of The Simpsons, I loved that fucking show. You
Oh,
know, I'd watch.
it's all the way through like season like 10 or 11. It's fantastic. It's almost all hits. I mean, yeah, some of those latter few seasons, it's struggling a little bit. There's not as many hits in it, but yeah, at least the first 12 seasons or so are really great. Now it starts to go downhill after that for sure, and there's a lot fewer big hits. But
I,
man, there was a few seasons in there between like seasons 3 and 7 where it's just like one just home run after another with episodes. It's amazing.
the
So
thing
yeah,
is
we've been
that
rewatching some of those earlier seasons just for the
that
fun of it.
that scene is so strong that to this day, from time to time, somebody asks me something and I say a tough question but a fair one, and it's kind of ingrained in my mind because of that Simpsons episode.
Yeah.
Because of that interaction, until this day, that's how wonderful that joke was. And I knew exactly when you were. I gave you the punchline, but you were giving the setup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, that's these like just like leading questions where it's just like, oh, the question is actually just stroking your ego. It's not an actual question of any real sort. It's like, how did your movie become so popular?
yeah.
Oh, jeez. Please.
I'm
What kind of reporting is that?
now I kind of want to find that clip, but I don't know what it is. It's wonderful though. It's absolutely amazing. In any case, let's get back to the voice of me reading this stupid thing. So, how did this movie rise to that level of popularity? It's a testament to director Destin Daniel I don't want to say Cretin, Destin Daniel Cretton, Tom Holland, and producer Amy Pascal, and Sony Pictures Tom Rothman for letting us do this 4 times now, working to bring Spidey to the screen. It's a testament to what Stan Lee and Steve Ditko created all those years ago. People can write about changing taste, but as characters that grow and evolve through the decades, there are none better than the Marvel characters and none better than Peter Parker. When you find an actor like Tom Holland to bring that character to life, it is the magic formula. I mean, the truth is, it's making money. If it was like Bozo the Clown making that money, he'd compliment Bozo the Clown the same way. You know what I mean? Although, to be fair, I do think that Tom Holland gave his best performance here, but I don't think Kevin Feige gives a shit one way or another. All he cares about is he can do the victory lap now. It's hard to imagine Tom Holland ever departing the role. Are there plans to make another Spider-Man movie with him? And he's like, there are always plans, but right now he's going to rest after that global tour. He and Zendaya are going to take a good and restful victory lap, which they very much deserve. Now, personally, and I can say this as somebody that's worked in the industry, of course, not worked with like Tom Holland or I'm like, I always say like a small fish in the pond, but you better believe that first of all, this whole weekend, the agents and managers and representatives of Tom Holland and Zendaya were probably like, having the greatest celebration you've ever seen. There's like champagne bottles like popping and like there's just probably they also set them up with like back end deals and things like that in which they get a commission on. A lot of people are going to be making good money here, and I believe that whoever's representing them is super happy. With that being said, the next step is everybody knows what the game is. Disney are now sitting there, whether, I mean, in this case, it's Sony, although Disney gets something from it. Maybe they get the merchandise like we know, and they get like 25% or whatever it is. Although big money is going to be to Sony. But I do know one thing. Everybody's sitting and thinking, how do we get them now to sign for another movie? You don't do this kind of money and think anything else except for that. Now, the smart thing to do is to say, oh, we got to give him some rest. We're not dealing with that now. Let's see what happens. Because he also doesn't want to come off as too eager. Although, let's be honest, he's very, very eager. And all the people involved in like the Sony and whatever, they're so eager for Tom Holland and Zendaya to say that they'll do anything now. If there's like another movie and these guys are willing to sign, they're willing to sign it right now. But the agents for Tom and Zendaya are going to be kind of, well, let's see what happens now, because I don't know what the contract situation is, but I feel like if they want him to do another movie at this point, they're probably going to have to pay really big money. They're probably sitting there working out like a Robert Downey Jr. type of. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the agents and managers are thinking, how do we Robert Downey Jr. this situation?
There you go. Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents.
What they got to do now is find a way to make Tom Holland indispensable to the MCU so that he can demand a $1 billion salary for.
To be honest with you, if I was Tom Holland or Zendaya, I would take whatever is being offered to me. They're pretty young, and if they can get money here, I wouldn't blame them. It doesn't matter what I think or don't think, but I'm saying on a business level, that's exactly what they should be doing. And I don't know if it's true or not that like Tom Holland is not a Christian Bale, meaning Christian Bale after 3 Batman movies said, you know what? I've had enough of this Batman thing. I'm a serious actor. I want to be taken seriously in a lot of things that I do, and I don't want to be just known as Batman. And he had the qualifications to do that. But Tom Holland ain't no Christian Bale. And Zendaya certainly ain't no Christian Bale when it comes to acting. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're in roles that in my opinion, based on what like they have to offer, they've broken every glass ceiling possible. If you understand what I'm saying, based on what you've given them, they've done more than the best. You know what I mean? It's like a world record for how well they've done, considering what they have to work with. It's not me being an asshole, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's nothing personal. Why did you want to keep Sadie Sink's casting a secret? I mean, what kind of dumb question. It's purely about creating the best possible opening weekend experience for the audience. Sadie's character is one that our fans know has immense significance within the Marvel universe, and she plays a key role in the future of the MCU. I'm just happy that the secret is finally out and that Sadie can stop dodging the question. How does Brand New Day set up the MCU moving forward? For people who have seen Brand New Day, they know the storyline leads us more into Spider-Man films and into the future of the MCU. And I think we're still in spoiler territory because the movie only just came out, but it leads into another very well-known Marvel franchise created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. What is he? Does he mean Avengers? What is he talking about?
I'm not entirely sure.
It leads into
another well-known Marvel
he's
franchise.
Talking about the X-Men. He's probably talking about the X-Men.
Yeah, that's got to be what he's. Yeah, that's got to be.
Okay.
Because it does connect to the X-Men, which I maintain the team will not be called the X-Men in the MCU.
Right. There was a time when superhero movies couldn't miss at the box office. What have you learned from the recent hits and misses in the genre? So finally, after like glazing him for 70 questions, they finally brought like a question that seems to be difficult. I bet you that like the best PR people, I'm about to read it, but I looked away for a second. I bet you that this is going to be a very well-crafted answer that PR people helped him put together. I can only speak to Brand New Day, and audiences responded to a movie that's well-crafted and well-made. They don't always do that, but when they do, it's a nice reminder that builds success. Now, listen to what he says. They don't always... Basically, it's implying that there were other movies that were well-crafted and well-made, but they didn't respond to them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an ambiguous way of saying, like, this time they came out, but they don't always do that, but this time they did. Like, not saying, hey, I'm kind of an idiot and I suck, but that he's not going to say that. The Odyssey, Toy Story 5, and all the great movies that have been in theaters this year reminds people there's nothing like a shared experience. There's nothing like a moment for the whole globe to come together. And again, the spin of people were worried because of the coup to go to the theater for 7 years. Do you got what I'm saying? That's why all these movies failed. But now that there's other movies that are good in this one, it shows that people are starting to understand that it's still worth it to go out, and have a good time at the theater. This is such a weird bullshit narrative. Am I misunderstanding, or is this is the maneuvering?
Oh no, they're still trying so hard to say that the reason that the MCU has been so so unpopular, has flopped so poorly over the last 7 years, ever since they, finished up Endgame. The reason that these movies have landed with a dull thud in the movie theater, besides the handful of films, again, that are about people wanting to see characters that they're connected to, Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. People showed up for those movies because they wanted to see those characters. They were connected to them from previous films. The other stuff, they're not showing up for. They don't care about. They don't care about, we've got another Black Panther movie, except that the Black Panther that we got connected to in the first Black Panther movie is now gone, and we're going to have a different Black Panther, and this time it's going to be a woman, and we're also going to introduce this weird Latino version of Namor, and they have no connection to it. They don't care, right? They don't show up. They don't show up for the movies, and the excuse though continues to the movie theater, just ever since the coup, since those, it's been so hard to get people in the theaters. No, it hasn't actually. The movies that people want to see that they find interesting, they showed up for those, right?
Yep.
Even though I love the first Guardians of the Galaxy. I know people who are Guardians of the Galaxy fans of the comics don't like it so much. I really enjoyed that film. I liked it a lot. I like the second one. I like the change in the themes and the change in the dynamic and the characters, the way they work together. I enjoyed the second one, even though it was a little goofy, even compared to the first one. And then, you know what? I went back. My whole family went back to see the third one in the theater because we enjoyed the first two.
Same.
It had nothing to do with the rest of what was happening in the MCU. It was just,
right.
I want to go see this third movie. I want to go see, if this is going to be the last Guardians of the Galaxy movie, I want to see what happens. I want to go and enjoy it. And it's the same with the Spider-Man movie. My son has not wanted to see any of the MCU movies in recent years. He has not been interested. We've been like, hey, I'm going to go see, whatever. You want to go see it? Nah, don't care. But then Spider-Man's, he's like, I like the Spider-Man movies. I think, maybe I want to go. I think I would like to see that one. Like, great, let's go. Let's go see the Spider-Man movie. I'm fine with that. So it's all about the characters and the connections that people have to these characters, and that's been the really big one of the really big problems that the MCU has had. They tried this whole idea of these characters are just mantles. If you like this version of Captain America, you'll love a new, different version of Captain America because they have the same name. If you like, this character, we're just going to change who that character is completely. Whole new backstory. Everything's different, but we're going to give you that character, again, but it's not the same character. Captain America, is kind of the most obvious one, but they did it with others as well. And so it's like, people didn't care anymore, and they didn't care about these other little characters that you're introducing. Nobody is buying Yelena as a replacement for the for the Black Widow, right? It doesn't have the same connection. It doesn't work the same as the previous version of the character.
I have to be honest, and I know, some people are like, we kind of like her, she's cute, and all, they like how she looks. I agree, she is
cute.
Cute.
I like the actress.
Yes.
The character I have no connection to whatsoever. And you don't just walk in and you're like, oh, I'm the same character. Yeah. No, you're not. You have a totally different.
Yeah, I mean,
you have a totally different backstory. You have a totally different thing. We saw you in that, in the Black Widow movie. It was terrible.
Oh wait, somebody says we got.
You do have a super. We do have a super. We need to get to momentarily, but it was saying that the goal didn't change. Well, that's because you set the goal and it expired before people sent in the super chat. So
goal ended.
Yeah, you might have set it for
too
short of a time.
So let me highlight at least this thing. I've never set a goal before, so I didn't even know what to do. But I'll do better
Yeah, I
next
think
time.
it set it for like 20 minutes when you started it.
That's not like, maybe that on open bar you could set goals like that.
$20 in 20 minutes, but yeah.
Right, exactly. Like, but it's not gonna happen here. Hold on, let me see if I can find this thing. Oh, you found it.
Oh,
Okay, show the thing and I'll
Why are
find
you
the
so
other thing.
popular?
Ooh, a tough question, but a fair one. Lisa,
Brilliant. And I'm telling you that until
Yeah.
today, that joke had landed so well that it's in my mind until today.
Yeah.
Even like in the outside world, when somebody asks me something like stupid or like that, I don't know what they want. I'm like, oh, tough question, but a fair one.
But a fair one.
And I always think to myself, and I'm pulling like a Mr. Burns, and they don't know it because they don't know where it's from. You're the only person that's ever like made a reference to that joke.
I was such a huge fan of The Simpsons in the early days. I have
Did
seen.
I not impress you that I knew the
Oh yeah,
punchlines?
no, you impressed me a lot that you knew that.
You thought that you would just tell
I
me
knew it.
something random, and I
I
wouldn't
knew
know
it, but that's
shit.
because we quote The Simpsons around this house constantly. There, especially the early seasons.
See, I think most of the time you know the kind of things that you know and I don't know, but once in a while, like you'll say
Well,
something
the
that's like
stars,
very
the stars align, and we know.
right, and the stars don't align for you because you just know everything. But I'm saying the stars
Oh, yeah, I
align for
know.
me that suddenly I know something that is so random
Yeah,
that even you're surprised that I knew it.
I just know everything. That's me.
By the way, Rumble has, I think has recommended us or something, and
Oh, fantastic.
we're grateful and thankful. Rumble is a great platform,
Jazzed.
and yeah, if you like freedom of speech, you're watching through the app, but you haven't signed up, it's free to sign up. So you can sign up immediately, and then once you sign up, you go over to our page and you do the follow thing, and then do the notifications, and then whenever we're streaming, you'll know, and that's the best way to do it. And you're supporting freedom of speech, and you're supporting us, and we appreciate all of that. Also, if you're on other platforms and you happen to see a link, and I shared with, I did some cross sharing, make sure you're subscribed to whatever this channel is. If you're watching on YouTube or something like that, make sure you're subscribed to this channel because you may be subscribed to my other channel for movie reviews, but maybe you're not subscribed to this channel, which you really, really want to be subscribed to because what's more fun than hanging out with us in the middle of the night?
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, I could think of a few things that are funner that I could be doing now, but they're not exactly PG, so I'm not going to dwell on them. Uh, well, this conversation went off the rails.
Took a strange turn, but
Strange turn. Yes, Darren M with $10. Good banter tonight, Bryce and Professor. He said that before hearing the last shit that I said. The Green Machine is quite active tonight, thanks to Phantom Monk, an awesome mod. Thanks, lad. A fun time here tonight. Phantom Monk is awesome. He does a great job. Absolutely, really, really thankful that he's here. There's also other great people in the Rumble side. Such a great community has been built there, and always happy to see the regulars, but also when it shares and we get some additional people, that's nice as well. The more the merrier. We like as many people as possible to come hang out with us. So we're very grateful. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. Did I forget any other super chat or no? I did it.
we got it.
Okay.
Covered.
Back to the wonderful article that we were. Where is the article? Where did that article go? Okay, I think I found it. With some of the recent misses, can you see it?
Yep.
With some of the recent misses, though, it feels like audiences are getting tired of more of the same story. Do you agree? Many things can be true at once. Already some weird spin right out the gate. He just can't answer. He's not going to say that he fucked up. He's not going to admit it. No
Many
matter
things
what.
can be true at once. I can be bald and wear a cap.
I think last year's Fantastic Four looked and sounded like nothing that has been done in a superhero movie before, and it only grossed $521 million. The thing is, though, I disagree. Fantastic Four had a situation that I felt they were horribly miscast. There were some parts of it that looked good visually, but aside from like some visuals that looked cool, I thought that the movie had a slow pace. It was rather boring. I could never buy Pedro Pascal as
As Reed
as Reed
Richards.
Richards.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
as
it was
Mr.
terrible.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Didn't buy him at all. I also didn't like Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm. I didn't like her as that as well.
Yeah. The now what he's talking about, like with the production design, I thought the production design was really good. I thought that was
Yes.
fascinating. The retrofuturism stuff
Yep.
they did with it, which I'll be quite honest, I'm kind of a sucker for like retrofuturism stuff. So for me, like I was like, yeah, I like this. This is slick. I like this design. But no, I thought that the actual story was bad, the acting was bad, the casting was wrong. It just and then yeah, the actual special effects themselves, some of them were acceptable, decent. There were a lot that looked dreadful.
That baby looked awful.
Absolutely dreadful. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And but here he's like, it's again this kind of situation of, listen, it's part of what the bullshit he was selling earlier. We do a lot of great work. Sometimes, the audience doesn't come out. But look, we did something great here and it only made this and that and here and there. And listen, when somebody says 521 million, it doesn't even sound that bad. But when you then figure out that the thing costs like $1 gazillion to make, you understand that it lost money because he spent so much on his movie, which ended up being kind of shitty. Brand New Day is very directly a part 4. Picks up right after the events of Spider-Man No Way Home, which, by the way, is part of the reason why these things do well. Because until now, the movies have been mildly acceptable, varying degrees of mildly acceptable, although Far From Home is the weakest one for sure. But Far From Home benefited from being the first movie after Avengers Endgame. So he was like mourning Tony or whatever. So they managed to squeeze out the fun, get people to go see the movie, even though it was kind of shitty. And No Way Home was like, the cash grab with all the Spider-Man, which worked because I liked seeing the Spider-Man. Yet it tells a story that resonates. It's ultimately about loneliness and the dangers of staying in our apartments by ourselves, looking at our phones. That resonates across cultures and across the globe right now. They've been pushing this thing for like a few years now, this lonely phone thing. I mean, yes, I'm sure that happens to people, and I'm not saying it's not an issue, but man, I don't need every single movie to do this. Between you and me, those Thunderbolts, the new Avengers, whatever you want to call it, had the same shit in there. They also did the thing with the phone and the miserable people and the therapy.
Oh yeah. The group therapy session that was the last 25 minutes of the movie. Jeez.
It was just done. They used the same stupid shit, only it was done a lot better in this movie, I would say. But don't think that they're not just now pushing this thing over and over again. And it's like, yeah, I understand that there's some people that feel lonely, but man, I don't need every movie to be about that. Also, maybe if you made a movie that was fun to see, they wouldn't feel so lonely. But that's just my opinion. And although I will say the Spider-Man movie was fun, but it did have issues. But again, they got away with it here because there was enough goodwill. But I'll get to that later. What does the excitement for Brand New Day mean for Doomsday in December? For Avengers Doomsday and X-Men, it bodes very well. When a shared universe works, these are the results. There was nothing where he admitted even for a second that he's done anything wrong. Am I right, Professor?
Like he can't admit he did anything wrong.
Nope. Everything he did was great. There were some moments where he did great work and the fans didn't show up because of the coup and they were lonely. But now they finally saw what he was cooking and they came out. And now they're not afraid. There's movies out now. People are now overcoming the coup. This is so much like weird shit in one article. Like I said, to just try to sweep clean all the bullshit that he did. What a crock of shit.
Yeah. There is so much just like jerking off.
Totally.
It's absurd.
Totally.
It's absolutely absurd how much of that is going on at this time. Like it's good God, come on. You can't be serious, right? The last 7 years have been almost a complete and utter failure in the MCU, and you can tie it all back to the leadership of Feige.
Right.
He's the one who pushed for all of this MCU stuff. He's the one who shoved out all these writers and brought in all these activists. It's completely, it's all happened under his watch while he was the only one in charge. Remember that he used to kind of share power, right?
Right.
He used to have to kind of, build on things and what was the other guy's name?
Ike Perlmutter.
Ike Perlmutter. Yes, Perlmutter. Okay. I was like, I know he was involved in the so yeah, Perlmutter. Yeah, with him, they had to kind of you got to float this idea, and then you got to see how it's going to work, and then you got to is this going to be successful? You got to run it through a few different levels of stuff, and then once he was completely in charge, right, that things just started falling apart left and right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I honestly, I think that he's had his time, and I will not be surprised if after Secret Wars they find some way to gently dismiss him. He's done all this amazing stuff, and it's time for him to retire and move on to new things,
He's trying to do maybe, or they're trying to do with him what they wanted to do with Kathleen Kennedy. But listen, in his case, I think that Avengers Doomsday is going to make money. The only thing I don't know, or at least it's not going to be an embarrassment.
It's going to make some money in the box office. I don't know if it's going to. I guess it does half as well as Spider-Man, to be quite honest. But it is not going to make its money back.
No,
it is going to be a money loser for Disney because they have spent so much on this movie. There was actually a great video. Who did that? It was Echo Chamberlain did a video recently talking about if it makes $2 billion, it's a huge success, right? It was basically going and looking like, well, here's what we know. Here's how much they paid these people. Here's how much they paid these actors. Here's how much they're paying the producers. Here's how much, on average, making, one of these big budget movies costs. And if you put, here's how much it costs to make Endgame. We're going to add in, inflation and all these, changes and stuff. And if you look at it, it's like, yeah, them saying this movie costs $400 million is complete BS. It actually costs close to $700 million. And that means, that with a $200 million marketing spend on top of it, now this movie has to make $2 billion if it's actually going to be profitable. And it's like, no, there's virtually no way it gets there. Because again, what are people showing up for? They're showing up for the characters that they love.
Right.
They're showing up for Spider-Man, whatever. They're going to say, oh, well, look, Thor's back and Captain America's back, except he's not going to be Captain America. Except, wait, no, most of the characters in this are characters that nobody cares about. Most of these are characters from the last 7 years, right? Right. Fantastic Four and all that stuff. So, yeah, you've got a draw there from Captain America and then from Thor, but then you got all these other characters you don't care about, and they're going to show up on opening weekend, and then the movie is going to be terrible. And they're going to say, "Oh no, these aren't the characters that we thought we wanted to come see." And then you get bad word of mouth, and then the box office disappears. So, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's going to have a massive opening weekend. Maybe not as big as Spider-Man, but a big opening weekend. But then I think it drops off pretty fast because I do think a lot of people are going to feel like this is a real bait and switch. I mean, the bad guy wins in the end. And of course, people have said, well, the bad guys won in the end in Infinity War. Yeah, well, that they built up to that movie for a decade. Right.
Right.
They built up to that movie for, dozens of movies. And this villain in this, no one's ever seen him before. You've seen the back of his head in one movie that nobody saw. And if the script or the leaks that we've seen are to be believed, all of the characters in the movie are going to think he's a good guy. So everyone in the theater is going to be sitting there going, he's a bad guy. It's going to be like the guys yelling at the, yelling at the movie theater, don't go upstairs. That's where the bad guy, you're going to get killed. Whatever, like, don't trust Doom. We all know he's a bad guy, except the people in the movie don't know he's a bad guy. Not yet. Right. I don't know. It feels like it is so sloppy in how it's telling its story from all the leaks that we've gotten. So
it really does feel that way.
Yeah. Yeah. The threat of Dr. Doom. And it's interesting because there was something that was confirmed for me in some of those leaks, because I had said, in the trailer that came out, you've got Thor talking about this threat that no one's ever faced anything so dangerous, whatever. And I said, he's not, we're supposed to think he's talking about Doom, and he's not. He's talking about the multiverse collapsing. And from the plot leaks that have come out, that's exactly what it is. He's not talking about Doom. He's talking about everything that's happening with the incursions and the collapse of the multiverse and stuff. So, yeah. Obviously we got months before we're going to see it, and there's going to be a bunch of hype before here and before we get there, but I just don't think this is going to be a big hit.
I think that, listen, there's a lot of people out there that are more normies, and you tell them that all these actors are going to be there and some characters that they like and whatever it is. I think that that's enough for the first movie to make money. I really do. I think that the first one is going to do well, and now, of course, they invested so much money. Will it be profitable? I don't know, but at least psychologically, they'll be able to say we crossed $1 billion or whatever it is. They won't make money, but they'll be able to say something. The only thing is, if that first movie isn't like a slam dunk, and based on all the leaks, it looks very problematic, the question is what happens then?
Oh, yeah. No, if Doomsday is disappointing, if people see Doomsday and it is not a hit for them, it does not land, and if they feel cheated, or they feel like they were lied to, or it was a bait and switch or whatever, then yeah, people aren't even going to bother coming back for Secret Wars. And if that ends up happening, because that movie is going to cost them just as much as making Doomsday, right? It's going to cost them just as much. So if you turn off half your audience, the people who thought, oh, hey, I get to come back and see these characters that I loved. It's like, yeah, you get to come back and see the X-Men again, except they're all going to die. They're all going to be killed off in the movie. Like, this isn't a triumphant moment for the return of the Fox X-Men, right?
Right.
They're all going to die. You're going to get to see Xavier die again on camera, right? So I just don't think it's going to have, like I said, big opening weekend, and then I think the word of mouth is going to be really bad for it. And then if that happens, then you're talking about cutting the box office potential for Secret Wars in half too. And then Disney walks away having lost $1 billion between the two movies. And that's then Disney really has to start wondering what they're supposed to be. What are they supposed to do about this franchise? Because at that point, I mean, if you're walking away 2 movies having lost that much money, then you really have to wonder how they're going to move forward with it.
For sure.
Especially if the reality is that after those 2 movies, they're not getting back the old team, right? They're not bringing back all of the Avengers that were in the first 3 Avengers films, 4 Avengers films. They're not going to have them back. A lot of them are gone for good. We're not getting back Scarlett Johansson, most likely, very very unlikely. We're not going to get back Jeremy Renner. They're not going to bring back. I mean, perhaps they get back RDJ as Tony Stark if they want to spend $90 million on his salary every time they bring him back for a movie. But yeah, they're not going to be able to hold on to everybody forever, and that's the whole plan. Is that after the Secret Wars resets the universe, so now you're going to have someone different playing each of these characters,
Right.
and new backgrounds for this. It's basically going to be the ultimate universe, kind of reset. Where now, oh well, there's all these different versions of these characters now, but we're still supposed to show up and be like, oh, I love it. Okay. Yep. I don't know where it goes after that. But
no, I think
it's okay. It's true, Gunn. It's okay. We have Pedro Pascal. Yeah.
Man, they showed whatever trailer they showed of that, and you see him there, and like, oh, this is going to be so annoying.
Gonna build the new universe on Pedro Pascal.
The only reason people are going to come out for this is because Robert Downey Jr. is in it. It has Thor. It has Chris Evans returning as Captain America. That's going to be reasons that people actually go see it.
But RDJ's not. He's not Tony Stark, though.
Which is annoying. You know what I mean? At least
that's the character people want to see.
Bring a variant of him from another universe or something.
That's they want Tony Stark. They don't want RDJ as some guy with weird accent who talks, and
it's very weird. I don't.
And then is the bad guy, but we're supposed to pretend he's not the bad guy for the whole movie until he is. Like,
it's called Doomsday, and he's like Dr. Doom. How can he not be the bad guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So stupid. Oh well, we'll have enough time to make fun of Doomsday.
Oh yeah. We're gonna have plenty of time later this year to make fun of that.
One thing is that Kevin Feige has bought himself some quiet. That's what he bought. Basically, he's done everything wrong for years. He's made mistakes that cost billions of dollars, and at the end of the day, this is probably the wind in his sails that he needed to get him until the end of the year. Because right now, there aren't 70 other MCU movies that need to come out until Doomsday. You had this Spider-Man one. Doomsday is going to come out and possibly even have something of a multiverse of madness effect, that people will see this Spider-Man, the good buzz now, talking about it for a few months. That movie comes out at the end of the year. There will be enough goodwill. Some people will go see it. This is the best case scenario for Feige. Like, I think that he's done stupid things, and I'm not like, I'm not like those variety people that are going to give him compliments. But if he needed some breathing space, this Spider-Man thing gave it to him.
Yep. Couple comments in the chat. Fishbulb says Chris Evans isn't Captain America. Folsom Lockdown said Chris Evans is not going to be Captain America. He's Nomad. We're still getting stuck with Blackton America. No, he will not be Captain America. And my money on the table, I say he will, in the film, actively reject the title of Captain America. Someone will try to call him Cap, something like that. And he'll be like, no, that's not me anymore. That's Sam. He's Captain America. Or Captain, or Sam will try to give him back the shield, and he'll be like, no, this is your shield now.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he will not be Captain America. And he is now Steve Rogers as Guy in Black Shirt.
Let me see for a second.
We do have another super chat.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Wow. Darren, thank you. Let me see this. 1 second. Let me share. Maybe I'll just share this thing. Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So we have another $10 from Darren M. Price of Reason Live. I look forward to you watching up with Script Doctor. Once he is less busy. I like seeing us discuss new scripts on Saturdays. Well, when your schedules align. Well, the thing is that I think that in this case, Script has had very little time. I haven't seen him really do that show for a while. There was a show that he was every week with us on Thursday. The TV shows Revisited one. Before that, it was Quantum Leap. And Script was a very solid, showed up most of the time. and he hasn't been able to, and I understand that. That happens in life. I mean, I love the kind of streams we do, and of course, like, the selfish part of me wants script there all the time, because when you're doing an analysis of a show, he brings so much great knowledge with him, and I always enjoy hanging out with him. But at the same time, if, let's say, there's so much work for him right now, and he's doing well, and there's a lot of stuff going on for him that's positive on a professional level, even if it means that, he can't hang out with me every second, I'm still very happy for him. I'll never be upset at a person that, is doing well for himself and has other things to do. I understand that, like I said, I could be selfish, or I'll be, oh, I wish he would return. But I mean, I'm also happy for him, and hopefully, we will see him at some point. Maybe with this show, maybe I'll have a little more time. Maybe in the winter, I'm hoping he'll make some appearances on TV shows revisited. There were a few times recently that it almost happened, but he couldn't make it work at the end. I'm still hopeful that there will be a day that he can. So it is what it is. But yeah, I like Script a lot. He's a good guy. It's been months.
Yeah.
Script has been busy. Yeah, I mean,
he's a busy guy. I mean, he's when he's got work, he's got work. He needs to be there. He needs to be working.
yeah, I mean, all I can say is, and again, I worked in sort of a different, not exactly an overlap of what he does and what I do, but I worked, in entertainment. And since I wasn't working for another party, I was basically working for myself in a way, or an independent contract, or whatever you want to call it, but working for myself. Uh, or at times I was that, and at times something else. But I'm just saying that. Uh, you could have periods of times that are very slow and there's not a lot going on, and then suddenly there's a ton of things going on. It's not the same thing as just somebody showing up at an office and taking their check and doing things like that. Sometimes there's ups, sometimes there's downs, and I feel like after a few years that maybe there were times that I think he probably wasn't getting as many as opportunities as he could have. Suddenly, the floodgates opened, and now he's like drowning in work. And you know what? That's fine. That happens too sometimes. It's all good. It's all good. It's when you're in the kind of more in an entertainment type of field, you got to use those times that you're in high demand and everybody's wants you to work with them, and you got to make the best of that. So, and I say that because I've been in a situation something like that. Not the same thing as he does exactly, but I understand the feeling. So I still think that we're going to see him around, but yeah. And thanks again for the $10 and the $10. This is very, very kind of you, Darren M. I always appreciate all the work that you do, and because I could be now like imagining this, but I believe Darren M. Is a mod on Rumble.
Yes,
I'm not wrong, right?
no,
It's
yeah,
him.
he
Him
is,
and
yeah,
Phantom Monk are the
yeah,
mods on the Rumble
yeah.
side. So, first of all, it's very nice that you went to YouTube to post super chats, and then you're also on Rumble. You're like multitasking. But yeah, no,
and so that so your goal that you set was 10 teal super chats. Those would be $2 super chats. Now, Darren has given us a total of 20, which would be 10 $2 super chats.
oh, what did I say I was going to do?
Does that count for your
Let's
for
see,
your goal?
What was I going to do?
10 teal super chats would have been $20.
Okay, I will tell you a top
So
secret story.
he gave us $20. I think he's angling to get that secret story from you.
All right, I'll tell the secret story. So once there was an event, and I was in charge, part of the putting together the event. I've told you that I was involved in stuff like this in the past. So for this event, there was supposed to be a rapper that shows up and performs a few songs. And I did everything. I set everything up. I set up all the deals, like everything. I was at the event. I did everything I was supposed to do. And the rapper was supposed to land at some, airport. He was so, I think I'd set up you set up like a car service
Yeah,
to
sure.
pick him up, something like a nicer car, not just like an Uber, like some nice thing to bring him to do stuff. I was supposed to meet him at the hotel to make sure that like, he got his room and like, that the staff knows and all this shit. You know what I mean? Like just because and also preferably you take him to some kind of sound check. So he does a little bit of something so we see that it's all good, preparing for the evening, walk him through what's going to happen. Usually, also, there's like a situation where either I would go, maybe to like a nice dinner or something where it's comped for him. You know what I mean? Like a nice restaurant, maybe with steaks or whatever it is, and all this other shit. So, and also a lot of times, like the location that the man, other people that are involved, or even put up the money for a lot of this event or whatever, which isn't me. I'm just working kind of. So they'd call me and they're like, "Everything good? Is it this and that?" And the thing is, the guy never arrived. Okay, it's like it's noon or whenever he's supposed to land. I don't know where he is. I can't seem to understand if he arrived, if he was on the flight. I don't know anything. I call his manager, who's not with him. Nobody knows to tell me anything. Are you with me, Professor?
Yeah.
So the guy is missing. This rapper guy is gone. And people are calling me, is it okay? This is going to happen this, is going to happen that. And even like in the middle, like, what about sound check? And well, we don't need sound check. And it's like, of course we need sound check. That's complete bullshit. But I don't know what to do because he's not there. Is he going to do the dinner? No, he's not hungry. I have no idea. And all I'm hoping is this man shows up. And I'm playing this game the whole day of making it seem like everything is great when I know that it's not great. And I'm trying to call his manager, and his manager not even answering me. Like now everybody's ghosting me. Can't get anybody. Don't know where the guy is at. And the clock is ticking. We're going toward the event is in the evening. All day, every hour, I'm doing like the biggest search, the biggest everything or whatever it is, and I can't find the guy. And we're already like at the 11th hour. Okay, this whole saga started like at 12 p.m. And now we're basically like, I don't know what, we're already in the evening and we're getting close to it. And a friend of mine calls me and I sound really depressed because I'll tell you this, if this guy doesn't show up, really bad for me. The kind of bad that has consequences. It's not like a bad thing that it's just like nothing. And a friend of mine calls me that has known me for many years, and he says, "You don't sound like you're in a good mood." And I'm like, "I'll tell you the truth. I don't know what's going to happen an hour from now. I think that this is like the end of the road." And he's like, "Why? What happened?" And I explained the whole story. And my friend, he says to me, wait a minute. You said this guy's a rapper, right?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "You're telling me," because I was telling him that he needs to arrive and he needs to like collect a check at the event. Okay.
Okay.
Like he needs to show up. He gets to collect his money when he comes to the event. He gets like paid or whatever it is, and he collects like a check or something like that. So he's like, "Okay, there is money waiting for this guy at the event." And I said, "Yes." He's like, and it wasn't $2. Okay, it was significant. It's a big event. He's performing. He's like, "This guy, all you need is to show up and do 3 songs, and he's going to pick up that check." I said, "Yeah." He said, "This man is showing up to your event." I said, like, "What do you
All
mean?"
right.
He's like, "You think this rapper is gonna leave that check there? He's not gonna come pick up his money?" I'm like, "I don't know. Nobody knows where he is. He's gone. Who knows of what happened to him?" He's like, Trust me, this man is gonna show up and he's gonna pick up his check. He's gonna do his songs and he's gonna pick up his check. He's not leaving the money there. You have nothing to worry about." And this is contrary to everything that's going on. So I go to the event. I'm already at like the entrance of all this stuff. The time is going by and I don't see him. And he's supposed to arrive there like no later than, let's say, if it's 8 or 9 p.m. or whatever it is, at like 8:59. And like 59 seconds, the guy shows up like nothing happened. I'm like, "Dude, the whole day, this and that, whatever. I don't know." I think he showed up with a few ladies, couldn't give a fuck. Showed up. He's like, "Where's the microphone?" I said, "What about sound?" Fuck the sound check. He took the microphone, did his few songs. I don't know, downed like some vodka Grey Goose or whatever the fuck was there. Took like the ladies and the check and went on his way. So that's my strange rapper story.
Nice.
Here, hopefully Darren M got his money's worth. But it really did. All this really happened to me. And then, yes, he did show up at like the last possible minute that this man could have showed up. He showed up.
Screw the sound check.
Screw the sound check. What I said earlier, because I didn't know. I'm like, I have no idea what to do. And I guess maybe he was preoccupied. I figure maybe he landed in the market, decided to ditch everybody, found some ladies that he wanted to spend time with, and that were, I guess, on board for the type of activities that he was interested in. And I guess that's it. That was the end of it. But the best part of the story is the guy that called me. He's like, "There's no chance that rapper is leaving the money. He's showing up.
He's gonna show up. He'll be there. Everyone else will be gone.
But
everyone else will have walked off because it's going to be 3 a.m, but he'll be there."
Right, but the thing is that if you think about it, the friend that called me had logic. That was a good that was logical thinking. It was also good because he wasn't where I was at, so he wasn't feeling that pressure. He just kind of looked at it in the most cold and calculated way and explained to me his take on it, and it was 100% correct. So that's anyhow. So that
and then Gerard Butler showed up. That's Folsom Lockdown.
It wasn't on the same day the Gerard Butler won. But yeah, so that was I don't think I've ever told that story, but it is true. You would not have wanted to see me that day until that moment that this guy showed up. Like I was genuinely worried.
That's very frustrating.
So yeah, shit happens. That was the story, and yeah, Darren M. Hopefully, I did the best I could here, and love Price Stories. Well, love your super chat. So hopefully, whoever hung in there and heard everything I said enjoyed it. Okay. Then okay, so Daniel Destin Cretin, or what? Sorry, I don't want to be mean. Cretin. Cretin.
Yep. Cretin.
Let me see the thing that I wanted to show you. Where's Big Cret? The Big Cret. I'm trying to find a nickname for the guy, but hold on for a second. Daniel Destin. Oh, it's Destin Daniel. I keep calling him Daniel Destin, but Destin Daniel Cretin. It's a very strange man to have.
It is a strange name.
Okay. This is a weird thing. Let's see. This was in Deadline. And this is also, I feel like, this was another one of those situations that some PR people did some PRing. And I'll show you what it is. Spider-Man Brand New Day producer, Amy Pascal, on how Destin Daniel Cretin's vision made the difference, franchise future, whatever. Now here, there's something along this. This is what they did for Kevin Feige. Now they're doing it for Amy Pascal. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This is her victory lap. They couldn't do a victory lap for both of them in that one, so they did that one Feige, and here they did this one, which I'm going to go quickly here, but they're like, if there's someone who knows about Spider-Man, it's Amy Pascal. As the former chair of Columbia Pictures, he was there when the studio first launched the web slinger out of a cannon in his big first screen debut. But the thing is that what they don't say is she basically was booted out of Sony after it turned out that there were like istophobe emails that she sent people.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder she likes Jean Grey, because like it's another one of those situations that she's a woman that like they're like, oh, she's a woman, she's so great, and then it turned out she was like the worst. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And no accountability because she's a woman. Any other man that would have been caught with the emails of the bullshit that this lady wrote would have probably been one of those situations that they don't allow you to work anymore. But nope, in her case, like she's the best. And even when it looked like she did this Stophoba thing, we'll fire her, but she'll stay on as a producer. But then she just is involved in all their movies. It's like you can't get rid of her. Another one of those kind of Kathleen Kennedy bullshit. But in her case, the emails actually came out and still nothing happened. So here they're saying, oh, she's always been there. Like Spider-Man did the best. Like she's been the success. Spider-Man, blah, blah, blah. Do I really think that those Raimi movies that she was the one that did the success? Probably not. But they're just going to give her everything now, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the question, same like the tough and fair one. Amy, you know this franchise like no other, and this has heart, but I also remembered having heart with Sam Raimi. We were left with a cliffhanger in No Way Home, but how is it possible to outdo 3 Spider-Mans? And then here's the thing. This is the part that I think is weird. Are you with me, Professor?
Yeah.
The comics are connected all the time between X-Men and everything else. We didn't pick Jean Grey because she was part of the X-Men. We picked Jean Grey because Daniel Cretton, came in and said, if you guys want to do a movie that is about the way people feel isolated, even more today than ever, because of our technology and everything else, and not just young people, but everybody, but it has afflicted young people so much, if you can do a movie that is about how reaching out and making a connection to someone is the most important thing that you can do, then I understand how to do this movie. I really think it would be great if the villain could be a teenager. Because the other truth about Peter Parker is that the best stories are when the villains have the same problem he does, anonymity and feeling isolated. And then it's like, basically, I'm trying to see where... what are they doing now? Basically, what happened is that they brought her in because Kevin Feige needed her for the Avengers Secret Wars, in my opinion, and also for the launching pad of the X-Men. And they don't want to make it seem like they did that for him, so they're trying to make it seem like, no, we thought of that. We did it. It was Daniel that wanted Jean Grey. Really? And they're like, for what reason? Oh, because of lonely teenagers. Fuck that. She's peddling the same stupid narrative now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that he walked into her office and said, hey, we really need Jean Grey in this movie. I don't fucking believe it. Fuck that. I don't believe it. I think this is just some weird bullshit. Not, maybe they're just trying to make it seem like they're not trying to build up the MCU. I don't know. I'm trying to think what the angle is. Maybe they want to show here, or Amy Pascal wants to show, especially to her superiors, that she's the one calling the shots. She did this and she did that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just strange. What's your take on it? What do you think? Because do you really believe he walked into a room and said, you got to put Jean Grey here?
It seems like that would be an awkward choice, right? Like,
right.
Well, we're gonna launch this character with other. We're gonna do this with some of these other mutant characters. We got to introduce a mutant. What are we gonna? Well, let's introduce. Let's put in Jean Grey. I don't. It's Again, I have said on several occasions, I think that this was not written with Jean Grey in mind in the beginning. I think that this was written with a different character. There's a few possible characters from Spider-Man's, background, including a more recent character, which we know that they like using the newer characters, right? We know that they prefer those. So, my guess, and like the whole idea, like possessing somebody, that's something that's often tied to the character of Mr. Negative, which was used he was used most recently in the first Sony Marvel Spider-Man game. So I feel like that character would have actually fit the story that they were telling a lot better than Jean Grey. So I don't know. It seems like throwing Jean Grey in there, it's like, oh, well, yeah, that gives us an opportunity for more messaging. And at the same time, it also is a way that we can sort of soft pedal the introduction of mutants into the universe. Right,
Yep.
without having to introduce all of them. I don't. Yeah, it. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like a really odd choice. Something that perhaps Amy Pascal would push.
Yep.
Stephen Mack, Amy Pascal looks kind of scary. Yeah, a little bit.
She looks like such a weirdo, and like I said, if she was a man, she'd be out of a job a long time ago. That's the only case that I've ever seen that somebody was caught red-handed doing stuff that's considered, like, by their own standards, terrible, and they just let it slide.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of annoys me, Professor.
Yeah. Yeah. They gotta give the glow up to every one of these different producers and stuff, because they have a big hit now, so now they've got to spend all of their time talking about how amazing these people are. Kiss their asses as much as they possibly can in this in this limited amount of time. Because
Yep. And now also the other thing is, like, they're making that Daniel Destin Cretan guy like he's the best thing that ever happened. Don't get me wrong.
he made Shang-Chi.
Listen, I'll tell you this, and I've thought about it today. I don't think that he's he's probably not the worst. Even Shang-Chi, which was not a good movie, I thought that, like, he had some action scenes or set pieces that weren't terrible there.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah,
I think that when
I absolutely. There were some bits and some action stuff in there that was pretty good. Just the overall movie itself was terrible, and it was a terrible choice to play Shang-Chi, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a bunch of all the comedy stuff that they squeezed in there with Aquafina and Trevor, like, ugh. So bad.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, listen, the guy that they chose, that I don't know that he chose him to be Shang-Chi, wasn't great. And not only that, the screenplay was very weak. So I can't, I don't think he's a writer. I think you give him a screenplay and he directs it. There's worse directors that they've hired over at Marvel or Sony. It's not that I saw it and I thought, oh, this guy, couldn't do it. Even Shang-Chi, like I said, there were some action scenes that I didn't mind there. It was more like the dialogue, the actors, the screenplay, a lot of other issues. Perhaps maybe this guy, if you give him something here, it's not bad. The other thing I'll say is that I saw an article today, and I'm trying to find it, that he said something like that they offered him initially to do Doomsday, or he was supposed to do Kang Dynasty Part 1 or something like that.
Yes.
And then they said, well, you can do Doomsday because they fired Jonathan Majors. They're like, you can do Doomsday. And he said no, apparently. According to him, I don't know if it's true. It could also be that they just said, listen, the Russos are coming back, fuck you. Or they said, the Russos are coming back, we'll give you Spider-Man. Anything is possible. But according to him, he said that he didn't want to do Doomsday. And they said, well, we got Spider-Man. Very weird, all of this. I feel like a lot of PR people coordinated a lot of weird shit today. But what do you think? Do you think that he really... Because when I think about it, did somebody really say no to an Avengers movie?
I mean, that definitely sounds suspect, right? No, I don't want to do an Avenger. I don't want to do, one of your giant tentpole films. I don't want to do that. You sure? You sure? Yeah.
Here. This is. Let me see if I can find it here. Destin Daniel Cretton passed on Avengers twice before landing Brand New Day.
Right.
So he signed on to direct the Kang Dynasty. And then what happened was, however, after being unable to find a connection to the material, Cretton dropped out before the project was scrapped in favor of Avengers Doomsday. Very, very strange. And I don't think it had anything to do with the connection to the material. I think that this is just their way of dancing around the whole Jonathan Majors thing.
Yeah. Well, and this is also one of those, this is one of those Hollywood situations where they're like, well, we have someone else in mind for this project. So you can either, drop out, or we can publicly say that you were fired from the project.
Right.
So which is it going to be? Do you want to talk about how you dropped out because you didn't have a connection to the material and you wanted to do some different work that you had more passion for? Or do you want to be known as the guy who got fired from Avengers Doomsday
So this is the
And
story. When I
yeah.
told Kevin Feige I didn't think I was the right fit for Avengers Doomsday, he mentioned Spidey in the room, which was a huge relief to me because I thought he'd be like, "Okay, see you later." I mean, if you're a filmmaker and generally you're being offered an Avengers movie, I don't care who you are or how in what state the MCU is, especially if you're not like Spielberg, which this guy clearly isn't. You kind of want to do the Avengers. You know what I mean? But whatever. According to him, he said, "Nope, I didn't think that's a good fit." So he said Spidey. I'm like, "Yep, that sounds like a good fit." That makes a whole lot of sense for a guy who's directed like 3 movies. Cretton having the creative integrity to recognize he wasn't the right fit for Avengers Doomsday. Again, if it really happened and he told Kevin Feige, "Nope, I refuse to do an Avengers movie. I don't think that I'm the right guy for the job." If he did that, I do give him props and respect him. It just doesn't seem logical to me. Like, you have to be some kind of weirdo to say that about a movie you were given. Do you get what I mean?
Hmm.
If you're a director and you value anything you do and you're being told you get the next Avengers movie, most people in the world say thank you. You also don't say, "Well, I'm going to say that I don't want it, and if the opportunity goes, then it goes. Who cares?" You don't say that. You know what I mean? That is not how you do it. You first of all you say yes. I mean, if Feige walked into my living room now and said, "Hey, do you want to direct Avengers Doomsday?" I would say, "Sure, Kevin, sure. Do whatever you want." And I'm going to bring 7 feminists and then all these plump ladies. Whatever the fuck you want, just give me my check. You know what I mean? I'll do whatever. They can all talk all their. It'll be like a feminist manifesto. The movie. No, not only that, I'll chip in. I'll
just
have all the ladies like I'll give them
just
lines.
pay me. Yeah.
No, I'll even help them. Like when they do lines of like feminism and that they hate men, I'll add. I'll be like, "No, you gotta push it more, push it more." Like, Brie,
No,
you gotta give me more here. It's not enough.
you gotta be more man hating. It's not nearly
More
good
man
enough.
hating. No, it's not coming through enough. I need more. And then I mean, I would 100% if he's walking in with like a check that's worth it's like millions of dollars. I will make this will be like the most feminist, the eighth wave feminist in that movie. Like all the men in the movie, all the ladies are going to be barking at him and like making them go like mow the lawn and shit and like take out the garbage while like they go save the universe. And all the men are going to be these dumb, stupid buns. I'll take the millions of dollars. I'll tell Kevin, I'll do whatever the fuck you want. I'll make all of that happen. So apparently, Daniel Destin Cretin was like, "Nope, it's not right for me. I don't have a good feeling about this Avengers thing. Maybe I should just leave." Doesn't ring true to me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
That seems far fetched. Yeah.
I'm gonna say something that'll get. Yeah, I shouldn't say it. Uh, I think that Cretin guy is like a mildly diverse person, and
Yes.
perhaps like Kevin Feige really wanted the Russo brothers, but at the same time was looking for a way that he doesn't come off as like he's like canned the other guy, and he looked around and he's like, "Well, maybe you could do this one." Now, to be fair, I will say this is that it's like it's not like Nia DaCosta or whatever her name is. It's not like shit. You know what I mean? I think that the guy is somewhat competent. I don't think he's a complete bum. So in that sense, at least, it worked out okay. But Kevin Feige probably wouldn't have known. It couldn't have known it. It just happened that way at the end. It was like a happy accident, In any case, all this just bullshit. He didn't want the Avengers. He wanted the Spider-Man one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it. I
Yeah.
said it. I
Yeah.
think there was
Yeah.
stuff going on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying before. Bryce was like, they decided, oh, we gotta really make sure that we're pulling out all the stops to make Doomsday this giant event thing, where we're bringing back all the heavy hitters. We're every home run we've ever made in the MCU is all going to be packed into one movie. So that means if we're going to make this, it's going to have to be with these two guys who did Infinity War and Endgame, and we're gonna have to bring back all the best actors that we had, everyone we can get. I'm kind of surprised they didn't drag Joss Whedon out somewhere, but I guess he's still far too canceled to work with.
Yeah. Joss Whedon, say what you want about him, but he did do. I mean,
He had some wonderful scripts and writing. He did the quippy MCU writing stuff that they put in there that he had in Avengers. That was him. I mean, and he had that in lots of his other projects as well. He was the person that did that best. And yeah, I mean, he's well, I can't say I'm all that upset about him being canceled because he was part of the cancel mob himself. So. But it's always amusing when the people who are out there doing the canceling and are all behind trying to destroy other people's lives, then the mob turns around and comes for them. That's always amusing.
Yep. Absolutely. I know we just see so much hypocrisy.
Oh, massive. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's a lot of hypocrisy that's
sure
out there.
So, but the other thing that I wanted to tell you, and this was also on our docket here, is that one thing is for sure here, that the success of this movie, even though I think that Pascal and Feige are very, very lucky, it's more of a lucky break for them, and more than luck, just a character that people like, movies that have consistently drawn audiences, and a movie that at least was fun, even if it was flawed. That worked out in their favor. But neither of these guys are some big geniuses. I don't have much good to say on either Feige or Pascal. But they're going to milk this for everything they have. Kevin Feige is going to use this to get half a year of quiet, where everybody's treating him like some big shot. And Pascal as well is going to continue to squeeze Sony, which once tried to get rid of her but somehow couldn't. And now she's going to continue to do this thing where they can't get rid of her.
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect that they're probably going to make an offer to Destin, like Daniel Cretton, to make the next chapter. I think 100% he's going to take it, in my opinion. And the next thing they're going to do is they're going to sit there and work whatever deal they can, even if it's a Robert Downey Jr. deal, to get Tom Holland and Zendaya back. When you make this kind of money, the studios won't just let it go. You know what I mean? This is too much money. This is too much money to be made for them to not make another one.
Oh yeah, and it's going to keep making money too. I mean, some people have been talking $2 billion. I don't think it's going to get that close. But
1.5. I think it can make 1.5.
Oh, I think it even push to 1.7, maybe even 1.8. I don't think it's quite going to get to the $2 billion though. But yeah, it's going to perform really, really well. Yep.
Right.
I still want to see the Odyssey slow down to nothing over the next couple of weeks and not quite, just not quite get to $1 billion. I think that would be hilarious.
I mean, it's probably gonna it's probably gonna slow down. It's still gonna make some. I don't know. I still think it has a chance to get to $1 billion.
I think it does too. Obviously, it had a cultural moment. I was not expecting it to have that when I was originally talking budgets and stuff like that, but it did. People seem to like it. Why they like it, I don't know, but they do.
It's not going to be a huge moneymaker. It's not going to be a huge moneymaker because of all the money they spent on it.
Yeah. Well, it's, right now it's managed to push like 922 million. And from my just back of the envelope calculations, it was about 937 it was going to have to cross before the studio is actually going to start making some money. So it's somewhere between that and $1 billion. It is going to start making some money, but again, we're talking about like, do you invest? Do these studios invest in a huge movie so they can make 50 cents on the dollar back? They like for every dollar they invested, they got 50 cents in profit. Like, no, like films, they don't do that to, people don't, angel investors don't invest to make back 1.5x. Right. Businesses don't invest to make back 1.5x, not even 2x. Like businesses, when they're throwing money after something like this, when you get investors who are throwing money after stuff, they want 5, 10, 15x return on their money. They're not going to come anywhere close. They're going to be lucky if they clear a few $100 million in profit after spending, whatever, nearly 600 million on that. I mean, not quite that much, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's wild.
Right.
And so, yeah, Spider-Man now, it's making bank. No, there's no question that it's making, some money. I mean, they did spend a tidy sum on the movie. I think it was 225, right? For the,
right, but it's still,
and then they probably dropped another. They probably dropped another 200 in marketing. But even then, if you say 425, if you're saying 425 is just an estimate, 850 was what they needed to get over that hump, right? And given that, the way that the box office breaks down in the across the
I'll
different
be nice and say
across the different
like,
weeks and stuff, they easily made that money this weekend. I mean, that's
I mean, I'll have to, if I'm trying to be generous here, I would say 700 and 750 million. They needed to at least make that to say that they broke even. They did that in the first weekend.
Well, I'm saying, just kind of looking at it, I would guess probably, they needed to make around 800, and yeah, they did that. It's done. Like,
how much was the budget? Was it 225?
It was 225, and if they spent 200 in marketing.
Usually when I know that these studios are doing too much marketing, it used to be that you say 2, and then usually it was like 2.5. These days, most of the time, I take the production budget and look like, let's say 3. In some excessive cases, maybe I say more. I'll be generous and I'll say I'll say 3 and round it off to 700. You're probably right. Probably after all is said and done, they maybe needed 800. But let's say I'm awfully generous. Maybe they had tie-in sponsorships or whatever the fuck that is. That they make extra money. Let's just say that they needed 700 million. They still made that. I mean, the question is now how high it's going to go, but they're going to walk away with money here.
Yeah, they're already in the black. They're already making money on this. There's
and oddly,
no question.
Even though Disney only gets a portion of it, they're going to make money too, because all those other movies that Feige released were failures that lost them hundreds of millions of dollars. At least you can't say about this, even if they only get a smaller piece, they're going to get money, something that they haven't done in the other thing. Plus all the merchandise, all this other stuff, they're going to find ways to make money from this thing. So I don't think that Disney should feel bad right now, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
No, this is definitely the one that made them money this year. Although Toy Story definitely also made them money. Toy Story 5, God only knows why, but yeah, that one made them some money.
Yep.
I mean, I know why. It's just because it says Toy Story in front of it, but it wasn't a very good film. So.
Yep.
But yeah, the moms don't care. They're just taking the kids to the theater, so maybe they'll shut up for an hour and a half.
Yep. I mean, that happens too sometimes. Like when The Lion King came out, I said the same thing, that the movie, I saw it. I had that experience. I went to see the movie in the theater, and I saw a bunch of parents bring their kids to it. Some of these kids were really young, and the kids were kind of walking around, and the parents didn't care. It almost felt like they were bringing it to the Gymboree. Was there something called a Gymboree or something like that? Was there ever something called a Gymboree for children or some shit like that? It's supposed to be fun for kids or some shit like that. I don't know if it still exists, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and the kids are running around there or whatever, or what used to be a Chuck E. Cheese, or just running around or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm saying that's what the movie felt like to me. There were kids that weren't sitting. They were just kind of walking around. It felt like parents needed to plant their kids somewhere. And they're thinking there's some lions talking on screen. Some of these were young kids. And in the parents' minds, though, because they know what The Lion King is, even if the movie sucks, which it did, they're just fine, whatever, our children, they like talking lions, we'll just put them here. And that's what I felt like when I saw the movie. And that's when I said in my review, I said, you never know in the holidays, even though it opened kind of a little slower than people thought, I said, don't underestimate the holidays and like the parents recognizing this as a brand. It could start catching up because initially it looked like Sonic was making all the money and Disney was like not making money, but eventually Sonic caught up. Not to mention that Disney also pressured the theaters to push it into more theater. There was a lot of other weird shit going on, but at the end of the day, Lion King, the last one, Mufasa, whatever that was, it was a terrible movie, and it made more money than it had any right to make. It was an awful movie. I'm just saying that because you reminded me of this Toy Story thing. That
Oh yeah, the Mufasa movie. I've watched a little bit of that on Disney Plus, just
awful movie.
for no reason, and I was like, this is dreadful. I'm not watching this whole movie.
It's a terrible movie. Honestly, it's awful.
My kids watched the first one, the live action Lion King, and I saw a few minutes of that. I was like, this is soulless compared. Like the original, the animation had so much character and the voices and everything. Like it's so, and then like they have this version where there's these lions with CGI mouths moving around. It's like no, not interested.
I mean, listen, The Lion King was good, the original one. The original movie was good, but the one from the 90s, like the animated one.
Oh
but
yeah, the original is very good.
Yeah, anything they done later was shitty. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, the quote unquote live action version, which was literally it's just just nonstop CGI. So it's just as animated as the original one, just different type of animation.
Right.
Yeah,
but one thing I'll say is that as much as all of this was like a happy accident for all these weirdos, the one guy that this is not really working out well for is what's his face is James Gunn.
Oh, James Gunn. Nope, this is definitely not working out well for him. I've seen more than a few memes.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that his whole thing was he wanted to show that the genre of superheroes isn't dead, and he had his whole vision for his DCU and all this stuff. And when it didn't do well, the narrative that kept on getting pushed was like, well, you know, there's superhero fatigue. People don't want to see it. People this and people that. The truth is that with Superman, he should have done better. People can try to do all the mental gymnastics they want. He needed to make, when they released Superman, they thought that they were making between $800 to $1 billion. They didn't make that money, and in spite of all the bullshit that they said, I said from day one, this is not a win. And so many people wanted to desperately say that it was a win, but it wasn't a win. It was a big flop. Okay, it wasn't a big flop. It was a minor flop. But if you think about it, how this was supposed to launch a whole new universe, and Superman is such a known character, I feel like it was a flop because not reaching the 800 to $1 billion mark meant that it was a flop, in my opinion. Now, again, was it the biggest flop ever? No, it wasn't the biggest flop ever. But this isn't what they expected. And then the second movie was Supergirl, even a bigger disaster. And Peacemaker and all that stuff. James Gunn has had failure after failure. There's no way to recover from what James Gunn has done. Now we got this Lantern soon. Do you think this Lanterns thing is going to be also shitty?
Oh, I think it's going to be absolutely dreadful. It looks so bad. The actual plot itself looks so bad. I mean, we don't know everything yet, but so far what we do know, and the rumors that have come out about them, killing off Hal in the first episode, him possibly coming back later, that maybe he's not dead, that he comes back later as the parallax entity or something, like it just, and then it appears that they've taken the character of the Manhunters, which are a classic villain in the Lanterns. They were in the original comic book lore anyway. The Manhunters were the first attempt that the Owens, the Guardians, made to try and create a police force to protect the universe, but they went beyond their programming. It's very much a It's almost a nomad from Star Trek situation where it just decided that everybody was bad, and so then these mechanical manhunters then took off all over the galaxy and were causing mayhem and stuff, going well beyond what they were originally intended to do. And so, but now it looks like they're trying to, and this makes me furious that somehow they're trying to make the Manhunters, and they're gonna tie it to the Martian Manhunter, who John Johnson was a shapeshifter. They're gonna try and tie those together somehow, because we see a Manhunter that's shape-shifting, and the actual clothing that it's wearing looks a lot like a more traditional Martian Manhunter costume. So like they're trying to take those two different things together and like turn them into one thing, and that's terrible. That's just oh my god. It's so bad. But then, yeah, it sounds like they're going to make the Manhunters, or maybe going to be part of the group of angry white men who are going to be killing people. And I don't know. It looks so bad. But of course, we haven't seen much of it. This is pretty common with James Gunn, where anything that's leaked, any of the stuff that's in the trailers actually is always it's always from like the first 10% of the movie or 20% of the movie. So, and in fact, it's not hard to guess, because when we see all of these little clips that we've been shown, the trailers that have been shown, you see John and Hal in the same clothing in every single shot. So that everything that's introduced in there is that it's all thrown in there from just that one episode. Right, because I don't think Hal's wearing the exact same clothes across 5 or 6 different episodes. Right, it's all been brought in from that very first episode. So yeah, and I am not looking forward to Lanterns. I think it is going to be a huge mess. It is not going to be a hit for James Gunn. I really don't think.
It's funny. Ista sent something. He asked me in the chat here for the Night Owl was assembling, and after I'd already sent him an invite. So you're definitely welcome to assemble, but I sent you an invite. I don't see Mark D with the C here. Or any kind of Rebecca.
No, I haven't seen Mark D. Must be busy.
But Ista is obviously welcome, so I sent him an invite.
Yeah.
Hopefully he saw the invite.
He'll be here momentarily.
Oh, here,
sure.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a new outfit. What is?
Oops. Yeah, that's. I made a little special Night Owls assemble costume.
Oh, he's the
wow,
nice.
And cool. I wanted to check my mic to see if I got it to stop spiking. So.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, hi guys, how's it going?
Hey.
It's doing good. Chat. I love the outfit. You know what? It's great.
Well, it's appropriately themed. I think.
He's the no Captain No.
Captain Night Owl. I also
I see Mark D with the C here. Let me
I also have a cool version. Check it out with sunglasses. Cool shades.
Trying to find Mark D with a C in my.
I can send him a link if you want.
Here, I think I found him. I was just searching through my DMs and suddenly I didn't find him, but he's here. If you feel like
I am sick of hearing about Spider-Man, I gotta be honest.
Yeah. Stephen Mack in the chat says they're copying True Detective, but season 4, not season 1.
Yeah. Oh, hey, listen, Amy Pascal did get booted out of Sony and fired, but she was so clever with all the contracts, they're still stuck with her until the end of fucking time.
You know, it's funny. There were so many other directors and men and whatever that they said were doing bad things. Those guys, no matter what contract they had, they managed to get rid of somehow. Amy Pascal, they couldn't get rid of her, and Hollywood just let it all slide. She said, no pun. No, I know you're istophobos, but you know what I'm saying. She had like racist emails and things like that. Nobody cares. She's a woman and she's stunning and brave, and they swept it all under the carpet.
Yeah, there's some people that won't work with her, but I'll tell you, it wasn't the istophobic stuff she said. It was releasing all the details about money. That's what really got her in hot water. And she trashed a ton of celebrities like Angelina Jolie. She said something like she can't act, a mediocre talent who can't act her way out of a paper bag or something. She was and she trashed her colleagues. So this was, I mean, you can look through, they have them online. She was a horrible, nasty person.
And she got away with it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no man that's ever gotten away with all the shit that she did. And she's the only person that managed to do all of that. And everybody, she's stunning and brave. And Deadline are doing articles to kiss her ass.
And she's running the new James Bond movies over at Amazon, too.
Why the fuck would anybody give this lady James Bond? Fuck that.
It's going to be a mess. It's going to be so bad.
After what Roy Price got booted out for simply telling an off-color joke at an off-hours party so we could get, Jennifer Psaki to come in and... Not Jen Psaki, what am I saying? I'm boomering. Who was the chick who ruined Rings of Power? Damn, what's her name? Oh my God, I can't.
Jennifer
Sulky.
Yeah.
Sulky.
It was close enough. We knew what you meant.
Yeah. So we got inflicted with 10 years of her messaging ideological bullshit because somebody told an off-color joke, and that same company is now dealing with Amy. The double standards are just sickening. Like, some of them I get. Like, I'm not a pussy. Like, I can deal with women being able to hit guys and we can't hit back. Man up, buddy. That's just how it is. Men and women are different. That stuff I can understand. But this kind of stuff is supposed to apply equally to all people, and they don't.
And hello to everyone. Thank you for having me.
Hey, Mark.
I got to get a cool night owl costume like that. That's awesome, Mister.
Mark, is his mic a little low to everybody else?
Is it low or is it
just a smidge? Yeah.
Let me check my damn windows, and I've been lurking the whole time. I've been trying to order sheet metal parts, laser cut sheet metal parts. This is for work.
I was going to say I thought you just cut your own laser sheet metal.
Well, these are too many. Too many. We got like a big order coming in, so exciting stuff. But unfortunately, our supplier in New Jersey went out of business. Like boom, gone.
That
We've
sucks.
been ordering for like 40 years. It's like, I don't want to order from anyone else, please. I got to redo everything. They've had it so long. I got to redo all the CNC and the 3D modeling and stuff. Yeah, it's just fun. So it's not that bad, but I'm just it's just a bummer that they shut down the place.
Do you know why they went out of business?
I think the father was a family business. I don't think any of the kids wanted to take it over, and it was a huge industrial, manufacturing sheet metal fabrication plant in Jersey. So competition's tough these days too. But they ran a great, really good shop. So I think it was just no one wanted to take it over, and they just liquidated all their machines, and customers went away, and that was it. Yep.
I hate when that happens. The best dumpling restaurant in the city went out of business because nobody wanted to take over the business, and the best mechanic and the most honest mechanic I'd ever known. Same thing. He retired, and there was also the best, like all of the places that happened to, they were all like the best in their category. That's why it sucks so bad. Like there's never a mediocre business where, the son didn't want to take over, or the daughter or whatever. It's always like the best ones. And I know a lot of businesses that, speaking of double standards, that were forced out of businesses during lockdowns while the larger businesses were able to do what they wanted. Like Gavin Newsom eating at the French Laundry.
Yeah, we got to explain. The French Laundry is actually a restaurant, not like Gavin Newsom doesn't do his own
not
laundry. He doesn't do his own laundry. Gavin. I don't think Gavin Newsom ever did it. I'm guessing that any of his laundry his whole life. Yeah.
No, he grew up rich, even though he likes to act like he's one of the proletariat there. Stacking American cheese and
wasn't his dad the accountant for a billionaire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's the Gettys, I think, right?
Gettys, or I mean, so he wasn't a billionaire, but I guess pretty well off.
No.
He went to this fancy boarding school. Yeah.
He's like, I came from a broken home too. Yeah, your dad paid like $10 million a year in alimony. That's really broken.
Oh, I was bad at math, so that makes me just the same as you, black people. Hi, fellow black people.
That's the best. That's the best.
Yeah. I got bad grades in school.
Oh.
Hello, minorities.
Did he use the line, I was born a poor black child?
Yeah. The very best thing, though, I've heard all week is that Mamdani said you're going to need an ID to go grocery shopping. But
if you want to go to his discount groceries, you got to have an ID.
But
no ID for voters.
Don't need an ID for?
Nope.
Well, he just backtracked on that. He was on CNN. I was watching on Twitter, and he said, and you won't need an ID. Contrary to what you've heard, it's like, well, shit, I'm going to go into New York and get some free ass groceries.
If you don't need an ID, then they'll be sold out in the first 2 hours, and people will be reselling it on the street right out in front of the shops.
I mean, it's how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a business person, it's unfair competition. That's what we slam other countries for doing, like China and other places where they subsidize their industries, like the solar panels.
Well, that's exactly it. Like it. Yeah.
Then you can't compete.
It undercuts the competition in ways that violate the free market, and so it's.
But it's also not sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
Work.
No, there is a grocery like that was in Kansas City.
Yeah,
you can go read the story about it.
The Sun House or the
Sunshine, whatever. You can go read about it. And in fact, it collapsed, fell apart because people would come in, they would buy out everything. The shelves were always empty; they couldn't keep them stocked. And then because they can only buy so much of these goods at the prices that they need to be able to deliver them at the whatever, and then it's just constantly just sapping more and more money out of the community because they have to keep paying for all these goods. People are coming in, they're getting it below cost, and everything just falls apart.
It was the Sunfresh Market. If anybody wants to go read about it,
Sunfresh. Yeah,
it's a classic tale of how business works and why you can't. Like, if everything was government run, but you can't commingle the different systems together. It doesn't work. And if everything was government run, you'd be Cuba with empty shelves.
Oh, yeah. And if you haven't seen the stores, the stories about Cuba and everything that's happened there in recent years, there's been plenty of actual, legit, real journalism that's been done. Imagine that. Where they went there and they're like they go out to dinner, like they go to have dinner at a restaurant, and they sit down and the only things that the restaurant owner has are sliced bread and ketchup. So they literally just bring them ketchup sandwiches.
But isn't there now something happening like in what is it in either Wisconsin or I don't know what, that all these other strange Mamdanis are going to be elected there?
It's not
Michigan.
It's looking a little weird,
Wisconsin. Wisconsin has the really crazy DSA lady who today was talking about how because she married and procreated with a white man. Now she feels guilty because because she created a child who has a proximity to whiteness that's not fair to him. And to her, and she's traumatized by this. And
did she get divorced? Is the husband out of the picture?
Oh no, they're still.
Oh, so she's cohabitating with a white man still, and that's not where
and a half white child who she's traumatized with whiteness now. Yeah.
Geez.
So she's a monster, literally a monster. Yeah.
Speaking of the restaurant, so I took the Trans-Siberian Express from China all the way to Europe, and when the train switch, they use a different railway gauge, so they have to swap cars. So you know when you go to Russia.
This sounds very offensive. This is what, a trans railroad, and it has to switch the size of the tracks because the parts don't fit together.
So this was back in the 80s. So when we got into Russia and they switched the menus, Russia had the most beautiful, impressive menus they ever seen. But it was just, we had a little more than ketchup, but basically there was only ever one thing to eat, despite having like a 5-page menu with everything you can imagine on it. All they ever had was like pierogies. And they ran out of borscht. Like there's nothing on there. I have to say the Chinese side was actually pretty good. They're out of some stuff too, but the Chinese know how to eat. So,
well, that's when Gorbachev saw the grocery store in New York City. It was at New York City with Reagan, and then he said, "Well, this is for just rich people or party members." It's like, no, this is for any schlep on the streets, right? And he's like, "I can't believe the selection is better than those Politburo people who are more equal than others." And that's when they said he knew it was over. I mean, our economy, you look at Cuba. They have nothing. Like, anytime you have socialism, you need the incentive to get better and to succeed. I mean, they talk about when they first landed here, and it was Jamestown. Was it Jamestown or one of the colonies?
It was one of the early colonies.
Yeah, and then they were socialist.
Yeah,
it was a co-op, and it didn't work, and people
were starving to death. Yeah,
and then they finally had to say, here's your incentive, you get land, and oh, by the way, if you don't work, that's it. So it's just human nature. It's if you can get something the easy way, you're going to do it.
So ketchup and bread, is that all they had? Is that what you're saying?
That was it. Like they had bread with ketchup on it.
Look on the bright side. At least they had ketchup,
Yeah.
Could you pick the type of ketchup you wanted?
Oh, they could have. Maybe they got banana ketchup. Maybe that'd be special for them.
By the way, Professor, I wanted to show you something before I forget. You're not going to like this, but I wanted to give you my my suggestion for what I would do with your robot. Are you ready?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wait, is this NC-17 suggestion?
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with it.
Make it in a robot. That sounds kind of
make it more phallocentric.
I guess what I'm saying is that I made like a few minor changes that I think would
oh,
look pretty
okay.
cool.
All right. Well, so suggestions are welcome.
Okay, I'm going to show it to you right now. You're going to hate it.
Oh, when you said what you would do with this robot.
No, I know how it sounded. I just meant that I while you guys were talking about communism, I suddenly thought of a change to his character. So I'm going to show it. He'll hate it, and then we'll move on.
I thought it was...
Oh, wait.
Oh, wearing like a cape?
And
wait.
Okay, wait a second.
And a tie. Okay,
but it's a metal tie that's part of the robot.
A metallic tie. That's interesting. Okay, yeah.
Because it goes with the hat, you know what I mean? Like you have the hat, and then a cape is also a bit of a hero, but it also goes with the thing and the tie because you're like a professor. But it's like a metallic one.
Yeah, I did consider doing something with like actually like robes to go along with the
like a graduate
with it. Yeah, like graduate robes or something to go along with that.
I have to say, Price, that was not anywhere near where I thought you were going.
I think this is cool. I don't know, but I can't force Professor to do this. I really like this.
I kind of like it too, and you could make the tie light up when you're talking.
Yeah, maybe you put lights on the tie or something.
Yeah.
I did put a little light on my little reactor thing down there. That's kind of glowing and pulsing.
Right, so
but you can't see it.
You can make the tie like the reactor or something. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you should make the reactor say Sector 7G. See, we all like.
There you go.
We all know all of those because that's we spent our adulthood eating up that show back when it was good, and it was ridiculously good. I still used to say my on Valentine's Day every year I would go to my girlfriend, I choose you.
I choose you. And there's a picture of a train.
I think that people are kind of happy with it. People like the
I like it. And doing comic book guy. That's the next voice. I need to really.
It just like I don't know. It gives you like a little bit of I don't know if to say an edge. I can't really explain it, but
okay.
It does. I think that this gives you look kind of badass with the cape and the metal tie.
It looks great.
I do.
Worst
I have to admit,
episode ever.
Price, have you ever heard my Marge Simpson impression?
No, go ahead.
Homer, you had it set on whore.
It does kind of sound like her.
Not bad.
Kinda, man. I've been mistaken for her on the phone.
As long as you didn't say in person, then that's okay.
So did you know there's going to be a moon landing tonight, Price?
Who's landing on the moon?
Well, not so much landing as crashing.
One of the satellites.
What did Ralph Cramden do now?
No. So they've actually known about this for a few years now. The amateur astronomer discovered this. So there was a discarded rocket stage from a SpaceX mission that launched several different lunar lander things, scientific experiments. That was, it was just discarded in space. It was intended to be, but the orbit that it established was not quite the orbit that they were hoping for, and thanks to a few different factors, including just solar winds, it moved out of the orbit that it was intended to. It did not end up falling back into the Earth's gravity and then burning up in the atmosphere. It kept kind of moving around, going in and out in a more elliptical orbit. And a few years ago, there was a amateur astronomer that saw it and started calculating stuff and said, that thing's going to hit the moon.
Wow.
And people started looking at it and they started talking about it, and they started calculating stuff and said, you're right, that thing's going to hit the moon.
What kind of telescope does an amateur have that could pick up a rocket?
Oh, you just get the albedo from the reflection of it and whatever, and was able to do the calculations, figure out where it was, and all of this stuff. Yeah, so
it must have been
science the crap out of it.
Yeah,
I think I vaguely remember hearing about that a few years ago, but I was totally not aware. The
thing is that it's striking the currently sun-baked side of the moon, which means that there's not going to be a flash or anything that's going to be visible. It's possible because it is a little close to the edge there, where we can see the
Terminator
space behind it. You might actually be able to see the plume from the impact. So I don't know. We'll see. It's calculated to strike here in the next 20 seconds. So
do you know the speed?
Oh, you can see it. Maybe,
it has to be going a minimum of 25,000 miles an hour. So
it's going incredibly fast. Yeah, because it's been slinging back and forth around the sun. So we'll see if maybe there's anything to see here.
Cool. Now, is Elon getting fined by the EPA for polluting? Or
No.
Or,
no. Who's doing this on their iPhone? What the hell?
This is being done with a couple of different cameras from an observatory. This one is an observatory in New York.
But that's an iPhone.
The Pompey Observatory.
I mean, I realize it's held up next to a telescope, but I still think it's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so not much to see.
Did it hit?
Well, again, it's going to be hard to know. So they because it was a lot of people had said that essentially it was probably not going to be very visible. So that guy's kind of indicating there like where he thinks that the impact site was. But they're saying it probably was not going to be very visible from any Earth observatory. But they do have, I think I said it was a Korean satellite, the moon, that's orbiting the moon, that was going to be in position and be able to film the impact live.
Oh, satellite, cool. Yeah.
So they said that probably there'll be video from that sometime in the next day or so, showing a better view of the impact from this. But yeah, doesn't look like there's much to see, but oh well. I thought it was worth checking out for a second.
I feel like as the Night Owls fully assembled, we should try to do something about this and help. But I mean,
fly up there and.
Do you know the mass of the rocket?
I don't remember all the details. Yeah,
the impact crater.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be because it is it's an empty rocket. It's it's just structurally
there's no fuel in it or anything.
There's no fuel in it or anything. It's structurally not much to it. So I mean it's not a tiny object. It's rather large, but its actual mass compared to say an asteroid and its speed compared to an asteroid. It's not going to like start
Not that it would work in the vacuum of space, but
well, they said even something that small, and the speed that it was traveling at, if it had been striking where it was not in daylight, you probably would have had a flash. You probably would have seen a flash from the impact, but it simply wasn't. Being in daylight, there's just far too much light on the surface washing it out to actually see it very well, and there wasn't going to be enough resolution from most Earth-based observatories to actually see any of the dust plume or anything like that.
Yeah, we don't have the resolution on our telescopes.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's all the other issues of just shooting through the atmosphere. Actually using the cameras through the atmosphere and everything.
I wonder if James Webb can point to it. That's too close, actually, but it's expected to hit at 5,400 miles an hour and make a crater of about 30 meters, 12 to 16 feet deep, next to the Large Einstein crater on the main. So.
Yes, it's near Large Einstein.
Equivalent to
the moon people.
I hate to say it, but I understand what you're trying to say, Curante, even though it usually upsets people. I'm usually against a lot of conspiracy theories, but there are questions I have about that moon.
Oh yeah, I forgot what channel we're on.
No, because the thing is that, it could be that I'm wrong. I'm about 50-50 on it. I don't know for sure, but there are some questions that I think are reasonable to ask. Regardless, I forgot to bring this up. Did you see the thing with the people farting in the Spider-Man?
Oh my God.
Yeah, was that Howard Stern as Fart Man was in the theater?
Oh my God! And then there's the dude, the absolutely ripped dude in the Spider-Man outfit who's there. He got chased out of the theater too.
It's funny.
I think his mask would have had a filter in it or something.
Yeah, you'd hope. Yeah.
Price. So, what do you make of the satellite photos of the old landing sites that show the abandoned equipment? Are those
some spaceship dumped it there without people on it?
Man,
we landed on the moon. We were there.
They dumped a robot that walked around and made the footprints. And
we were on the moon.
God, look at that guy. That guy is totally jacked.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's a dude there dressed up as Spider-Man, and he's ripped. He could play Spider-Man in a movie.
He's actually too big.
Sydney Sweeney.
Maybe a little
too big too.
I don't know. I think that people asked her to look what people Google about her or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think that I have a best. That's called the PG Google searches. I know what you Google. Story.
Something
what
about
people Google.
She was looking for PG Google searches because she thinks that when people search for her, they don't search for.
No, they're double D searches.
Oh, Price, did you see the Nerdrotic tweet where he posted earlier in the year where a professional movie analyst said Supergirl was going to gross more than Spider-Man Brand New Day?
I don't know if I saw his tweet, but there were people that were saying that earlier in the year.
Yeah. It's freaking hilarious.
I'll look at it in a second, but Amy Pascal says they want Daniel Creston, whatever his name is, to return to direct Spider-Man 5. Yeah, of course. This Ice Cream Man movie, I actually had a chance to see this early, and it was yesterday, and I was so tired. And then I looked at my phone, and I knew that I could rush and go see this movie, and before it officially comes out. And I just figured, I looked at the trailer again, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take a nap, and that's what I did. I didn't see this movie. It
They have
looks
the
pretty
Van Halen
bad.
Ice Cream Man song in it. I mean, at least that would be one redeeming feature they might have.
I guess. It's something about kids like killing people. I don't know what. I looked at it and it looked awful. People are now upset because this director, Eli Roth, who made this Ice Cream Man movie, says that a few of the scenes featured like AI generated sequences. Although this movie doesn't look good, and I don't think anything about this Eli Roth guy. People always, they're saying he's like the worst director, the worst everything, and maybe that's all true. But what I'll say is that I still think that if you make a movie and you're on a budget and you use AI to some kind of to do some kind of generative expanding of a background and things like that, I don't think that that's not legit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's been happening for years, actually, and they just haven't been advertising it.
Right, and I don't really care if they do that. It's like the part that becomes more annoying is that if instead of your actors, you're just watching AI doing all this weird shit, that starts to become annoying. Although over time, who knows what we'll get? But I'm just saying that doing some additional background or cutting some corners, not spending by doing this stuff, I think it's fair play. So it may be a bad movie. I didn't feel like seeing it, and the guy may be a poor director. That may be true, but this isn't a reason for me to feel one way or another about the AI thing. Don't really care.
Yeah, my Bear's AI, the original Bear was drawn, but there's no way I could afford to have that animated like that.
It's fine. Nobody cares. It's totally cool.
Yeah.
So this Ice Cream Man movie, is this like a remake of the Clint Howard movie back in the 90s?
I didn't even understand. I guess maybe. I don't know what. I guess it's a remake. Now Netflix has revealed that roughly 300 of their TV shows have used generative AI at some point in the production process. It's fine if it's a situation like I explained. If for Netflix they write the show, the AI, it's kind of annoying.
That's different.
Yeah, it's different. Or if the actors are AI or whatever. But if it's trying to help some visual things to fix them, it's fine.
Yeah.
We have George R.R. Martin, who again is just babbling and he's not finishing his book series.
Or his sentences. Yeah,
I don't understand what this guy wants. Why couldn't you just finish his stupid book?
Yeah, it's not a remake, by the way. The Eli Roth movie.
Oh, it's not a remake of Ice Cream Man with Clint Howard. Okay,
that is a 1995 slasher flick, but nope, this is a completely different story.
I mean, they were both horror movies, so I figured it was probably they were tied together maybe somehow.
Good guess.
But yeah, because I remember that Clint Howard Ice Cream Man movie. The thing with George R.R. Martin, man, yeah, he's. I mean, I think anyone who has a fan has already figured out, he's never going to finish the books.
Wait, scroll up.
Not going to happen.
They're done. He's done. He's done.
Not going to happen.
My neighbor has
77 years old.
My neighbor has that exact same one on her front lawn, except he has a pointy hat.
What?
Doesn't he look like a garden gnome for real?
He does.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I loved that guy in the Snow White movie. The movie wasn't any good, but he was very convincing in it.
I think that the problem with him is that he for years was just kind of this guy that wasn't, he wasn't like the toast of the town. And once Game of Thrones happened and everybody started telling him how great he was, he forgot that he needed to finish his book series. And that's why I think the lesson should be, if a guy hasn't finished the series, don't do anything. Wait for him to write a stupid book, or else don't do anything.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Now, I was going to start reading the books, because I, love the beginning part of Game of Thrones. And I said, I'm not going to go read them now if the guy, God forbid, passes before he finishes. And it's not like he's left notes, or who the heck knows what he's done, so someone could finish this. But
and the thing is, people say, well, I need to finish your books, whatever, well, the reality is that the ending of the TV show, people think that the Benioff and Weiss just made that up. No, they didn't. That is his ending, and he's basically admitted to this. That is the ending that he wrote. The ending of the Game of Thrones films, that's the ending that he had planned in his notes for the books. right? And so now here's the thing. As the actual story itself, I don't actually have a big problem with most of that ending, other than the stupidity of Bran becoming the king. That was just dumb.
Yeah, but aren't a whole bunch of the characters really acting out of character in the last book?
Yes, they are, and that's the like, especially with having Daenerys, like breaker of chains, right? Suddenly going nuts and just killing people, whatever. Like that, it didn't work in the show because it was rushed. If they had 2 whole seasons to tell what they did with with this last 8 episode season, if they had 2 whole solid seasons where we could see the relationship between her and Jon straining, and we could see her, slowly starting to change in the way that she's acting and the way she's perceiving the world and the way, and see her, give her time, the character time of Daenerys to start losing her mind and becoming disassociated, and it's like, because we know that's part of her family's history. Like, that's fine. I don't mind it. It's just the way that they rushed everything. They had to squeeze everything into those last few episodes, and kind of the same, honestly, with season 7 too. They were squeezing in a lot of stuff, rushing through stuff. If there had been time for that story to breathe and for the characters to actually, go through something that actually would trigger those transformations or give them time for those adjustments to happen, I think the story would have worked a lot better. But it was just like, in one episode, she's Daenerys Targaryen, breaker of chains, whatever. In the next episode, she's acting kind of paranoid. And the next episode, she's slaughtering innocent people in the streets.
Yeah,
and so it doesn't work.
The thing about writing books is that it takes a long time, and he may think that's the story where he's going, but it could change drastically. As
he could have changed it, but he's not gonna.
No, but every author always tells the story. I wanted to go here, but as I was writing it, the characters were telling me to do one thing, or I don't know if that's where he would have organically ended up had he written it. But now that it's televised and it's already made and in his head, I think he's less likely to deviate, and maybe that's why he's scared to finish.
And I think he wrote himself into a corner with the books. I haven't actually read them. I've seen some of the. Well, I have read much of the first one. I kind of gave up because I just realized I'm like, like you, Mark. I was like, why am I going to bother? Like, why am I going to bother keeping to read these? There's some interesting writing. I have to admit, I don't love his writing style, which made kind of working through the books a bit of a slog. So it was I just don't know if I really care.
Yeah, I'm not a fan
either. What this chat means? Price is better than Tampax?
You're getting ads mid-roll, and then said he got a Tampax ad.
Oh God. Yeah, the ads on YouTube have been brutal lately. I was talking to someone the other day, was telling me like they were watching a video, and it was like every 5 minutes they were getting like 80 seconds worth of ads.
That's
well, we do encourage everyone to support our sponsors. You're sponsored by Tampax now.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows they are really trying to push people to jump on premium and pay for YouTube, because man, the ads have been.
And does it that hurts creators again more?
It does. It does.
People get frustrated, and then they flip the stream off.
Yeah. They turn it off and they go somewhere else instead of watching the ads.
So I haven't read Game of Thrones either, because I'm already in limbo because of the Dresden Files. I'm not going to do that to myself again
second time.
And he is kind of dismal, and I'm not really a fan either. But I am aware he did kill off one character. I'm not sure who. Maybe the chat knows. And that's how he really did write himself into a corner, because he killed off a specific character that he needed to finish the story. And so, like, if he sits down to write, you know what? I'm just going to make a Westeros cookbook instead. Meanwhile, the fan base is like, Stop writing all this shit.
Well, I wanted to also bring this up here. There's this actress, Samantha Morton, that she was in that scene with the pigs in Odyssey. And ever since that movie premiered, all she does is like babble and say weird shit in the press all day. I don't know why. I feel like the less I hear from this lady, the better. First of all, she went out, I don't know where the article is, and she's like, people don't hire me enough for the past year. I haven't gotten any roles. It's like, lady, you were in this movie. Just shut the fuck up. Now that you were in it, you're probably going to get more roles. Like, just what do you want? And people don't hire me. It's like, what the fuck do you want from me? I don't have time for your shit. And then she now remembers that, I remember there was a story like this in the movie Her, where what's his name?
Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah,
Joaquin.
he sits around and talks to his like Siri for 2 hours. And then I guess initially when he was talking to Siri, she did the voice. But like, I guess they recorded her voice doing it. But then when they listened or watched the movie, they thought it was bad. So they brought Scarlett Johansson to replace her as the voice. And here she's like, oh, like, they fired me and they replaced me with Scarlett Johansson.
Why is she whining in public about shit that 99% of actors go through and don't really publicly bitch about it?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I were her, I would shut the fuck up about all of this. Just go out and wait for somebody will cast you in something. I think that you like blabbing about all this shit is actually worse. So that's why I thought it was dumb, the whole thing.
Was it secret, like no one knew, or why
No,
is this
I think,
coming out now?
listen,
This is an old movie.
I remember that this happened, but nobody remembered the name of the actress that they replaced because I think she was kind of a no-name, or at least I didn't know who she was. So it wasn't like fresh in anybody's mind that she got fired from that role. If I were her, I wouldn't say anything. I'd just be like, hey, the movie that I'm in, you saw it, I'm in that movie. I was in that scene with the pigs. Just go and collect some checks and maybe get your next roles. Instead, every article, she's a victim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Price.
and this is Price. Remember that this is apparently in right now. Remember the art director from Obsession.
Oh yeah,
just going out and complaining about this and that and whatever, instead of taking a role that honestly a lot of people, even people who are critical of the Odyssey, have praised her acting in the film. That she's actually, her performance is solid. Like, wait for that to be taken in by the audience, to be seen by the agents, to be seen by the casting agents, and then they have they have roles for you. When you just whine and bitch and complain, oh, I haven't worked in forever. Well, you know what? I got news for you. You're not 25 anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay? You're not hot.
No, she's
no,
not.
Not either in the attractive way or in the business fashion, right? Your name isn't big out there. You're not.
It's not a MILF.
You're not sparking interest, right? But now maybe after this project, maybe you do. It's that's one thing that I know. I mean, I know some people who've been in Hollywood. They've done some work. It's feast and famine, right?
Yeah.
It's like things are hot, things are going for you. You're finding lots of work, whatever, and then suddenly, for some reason or no reason at all, you're just not getting calls back.
Yeah,
you're not getting the work that you had before, and either your style or your voice or something like it's just not in anymore. The casting agents aren't interested. They've seen too much of it, or whatever. And so it's this happens to every single actor, right?
Except Zendaya, she's the one taking up all the jobs, but.
At least she's nice, Zendaya. I keep saying this, that, maybe she's in every movie and she's getting roles that are not within her acting range, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. She doesn't do what this Samantha lady is doing. This Samantha lady is just annoying me. And like you said, she was one of the better parts of the movie, but after hearing so much of her, I'm like, oh, I can't stand it.
I think she's
the
honestly
soup lady?
think she's
Was
a
she
talented
really
actress.
Was she really that good, or was she just being herself, hating men? I was not really impressed with her sort of half psychotic, man-hating, all men.
I thought it was pretty good, but I agree with you, Ista. Ista, I think that you're annoyed because this was supposed to be a woman who was supposed to be hot. so that they'd be tempted. But instead, she was like the opposite of hot. So it doesn't make sense because like the men are like, yeah, it's fine. We'll eat your soup and leave because you're not hot.
Yeah,
she's like, these men wanted to serve me grapes, blah, blah, blah.
And she is not just not hot. She is very hard to look at. This is
she can be a little rough to look at. I mean, it's fun. But you know what? There are parts for her playing that role.
Like the witch,
that it's fine. But they're not going to be parts that are coming around every single day. She's not going to be cast in, a teen boner comedy, right? she's going to be cast in a serious role play. I mean, she was in The Whale.
Wait, don't teen boner comedies usually have that one boner killer lady?
They have the one, the wealthy dowager or whatever is horrified by the.
Yeah, she can play that role, but I have a feeling that she's not really easy to work with either.
It's quite possible. I mean, her out there whining and complaining. It was funny because it just reminded me. Like I was thinking back. There's a famous story that was. It was a joke that was told by Ricardo Montalban, talking about like the cycle for actors in Hollywood, right? Have you heard that story?
No, but if I meet Zendaya at a function, I wouldn't be mean to her. She's done nothing bad to me. But
no, absolutely not.
She even said herself that she thought people are getting sick of her. She said, "I'm getting sick of me."
I'm getting sick of it.
She has a good sense of humor about it.
Yeah, the famous story from Ricardo Montalban, his anecdote was that every actor goes through stages where at first it's who is Ricardo Montalban, and then it's get me Ricardo Montalban, and then get me a Ricardo Montalban type, and then get me a young Ricardo Montalban, and then the final stagers, who's Ricardo Montalban?
God, I love him.
And it just goes,
I'm looking at his autographed picture on my wall in the space.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I got one of those plaques, so it's got him on the left.
Yeah.
It's a very young Ricardo Montalban, and on the right is an older Ricardo Montalban with the chest.
You got a signed
con?
Con?
I got a con signed. Limited edition.
You bastard.
It's number 10 of 2,500.
Have you ever seen interviews with him? He's actually really
great.
He was
everything he says are winners.
He was outrageously charming. He succeeded in Hollywood on that just amazing amount of charm, and everyone liked him. Yeah. He is a great guy.
His Corinthian leather story is hilarious.
That's the best one.
What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything.
What a great name, though, because it sounds so good, right?
Yes.
But he delivered it so well. You believe that it's something really good, even though he's just bullshitting. He's the ultimate car salesman.
And by the way, he can act like crazy. Like those old Fantasy Island shows, it was kind of a cheesy show at the time for me, but I look back on it and the writing is really good and he's fantastic.
There's some great shows there, yeah.
Red Pill Rand says Zendaya has good vibes. I think she's directed to. I don't think she's an actress that's good enough to pull it off. I think she's just has good vibes.
Yeah.
I think that the acting skill is more of the issue. But she seems likable enough in interviews, and I don't think that she doesn't give a Zegler vibe. But I did want to show you guys something that, like, again, I was rolling my eyes today because I feel like every now and then I keep seeing the same type of article over and over again. And that's Ewan McGregor saying that there's still a lot of Obi-Wan's story to tell. Everything between the end of the TV series and Alec Guinness, there's 10 years of something happening to Obi-Wan. I feel like he's desperate to get, like, every few months he pops up and he's like, well, I'd be willing to return to Obi-Wan immediately. And it's like every few months he goes on this kind of PR push of saying how much he would love to do it again.
Yeah, he really does start to sound desperate. He does do this. It's like you're spot on. It's regular, very much like clockwork. I'm open to playing the character again if they want me.
You had one shot and you did that stupid show, and even Ewan McGregor, who I really liked him in the prequels and all that, he felt like he himself was phoning it in here. And at the end of the day, just him doing that car video where he's like bashing the fans lost a lot of credibility with me. I'll still enjoy him in those prequels, but man, like I think that he's spent a lot of fan goodwill, this Ewan guy.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't speak up when they were hiding Princess Leia under his overcoat. He said, "Hey guys, do you really think we're gonna pull this off? Maybe find."
It was so awful. It was so awful that he hit her. The fact that he's even talking to Princess Leia in this series at all is terrible. What an awful, awful show.
So awful.
If he had said, "I won't do it unless you bring Luke into it," we would have gotten a completely. It still would have sucked because these people can't write. But at least it would have been a Luke story.
And well, the one good thing about I was going to say real quick, the one good thing about that show was the Benny Hill montage music to Princess Leia running away from all those adults.
Yes, that was good. Eminem says he only needs his money, his alimony payments are due. Yeah, he got. He's married to what's her face,
Mary Elizabeth Winstead,
and she played Sandula, whatever it is. In the
Hera,
the green.
Hera.
The goggles, always she wears the goggles inside. What the fuck's up with the goggles?
Because she's a pilot. He was great in
Transparent, so yeah. Sorry, go on.
Well, she's a pilot, so she wears goggles everywhere. Even though she's a pilot in a starship that doesn't
have wind.
Doesn't have wind, so you don't need to wear goggles.
Yeah, but even pilots that do have wind take them off when they go inside.
Yeah, I know.
In any case, I feel like every time he pops up with this, he just wants the money. He loved the payday and he wants more of it. There's no more story to tell. They shouldn't have even made that show, and that show was an embarrassment. So I hope that they never do that again, but it's Disney, so never say never. They could still wheel him out. Although, also, I think that part of the fact that the prequels are the prequels and the original trilogy, you have the time jump, that you could somehow suspend disbelief that Alec Guinness is an older, Ewan McGregor. But at this point, he's already getting older, so they're not helping themselves here.
Yeah, you said that. By the way, you said that about Tobey Maguire. This will be the last time we see him. Never say that. They will pull anybody out of the mothballs if they think it'll make them money.
By the way, there's one thing I forgot to show you, and when the whole thing with the theater, it reminded me, there used to be these kind of funny memes. I don't know why this reminded me. Just bear with me for a second. I want to show you something. This is like the dumbest thing ever. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Wait! Who are you?
You know who I am.
I do?
Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Oh, no.
It shouldn't make me laugh. It's the dumbest thing. When I saw it and it cracked me up. And that's what it reminded me, that the guy in the theater was farting.
We had someone in that Spider-Man. Was it the first one? And when Peter Parker's in the hospital with with the girl, his girlfriend, and Mary Jane, and someone yelled in the theater. Or this is kind of off color, but just give him a BJ already. Like it was opening night, and this person yelled it like really loud, and like one person's like, "Shut the bleep up," and the other half of the theater started laughing uncontrollably. One of those awkward moments. It's like, oh my god, it was hysterical.
Yeah, I mean, it's so stupid, but it's like a dumb meme, but it kind of is funny still. I don't know why.
Still saying Kirsten Dunst never looked better.
Yeah, she did.
Those two movies,
really did.
Right, yeah,
she was really did.
Gorgeous in those two films.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I really liked her in those movies.
Yeah, and never again after that.
Never again. I don't know why. I don't know what happened.
She still looks lovely. She's just aging. At least she's not stretching her face taut like half these people.
No, she's not doing that. But she really did look great as MJ, and I feel like she didn't sustain that great look.
She peaked, right?
And every woman does.
Oh, I wonder, like, you brought her up, and I'm like, I was thinking negative thoughts, and I tried to remember, okay, what did she do? And then I remembered she bitched about not making as much money as Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, that
was one of the stupidest things I've ever. It's like, well, you weren't the star, and also Tobey Maguire already had a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah,
where you only had a few small roles before this. As much as I like her, and I thought she was great casting for playing across from Tobey Maguire. And she simply didn't demand the same.
And she had like
salary.
1/10 of the screen time. She actually got paid more per hour by a great margin.
And she didn't have to do any stunts, not like he did. It's like, it's silly.
And I was thinking about that. Even if a woman has co-billing with a man, the one thing she doesn't have to do is go to the gym for 6 months before, take all these, enhancements, dehydrate themselves to near life-threatening things, and do they never have to spend 6 to 9 months getting prepped just to start filming. So the amount of work that men are required to put more in, I think, really validates the fact if they do get paid more.
Yeah.
There are a few women that do train, and
there's a few. I'm not gonna say that never happens. Yeah, there's some women that
I'm saying
really
general,
put in the work, but in general, no, they don't.
Yeah, and the ones who bitch about it certainly aren't those. I just heard about a woman who had amazing swordplay skills, and now I boomered about who she was. But it's somebody current that you wouldn't necessarily think of. Can wield a katana. It's definitely not Rosario Dawson, although that's who made me think about it. Because Hayden Christensen trained for months and months and months.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
And
look at Ray Park, how good he was.
Yeah, so did Ewan McGregor. I mean, they both put in a lot of work.
Yeah.
To make the sword fighting look very the lightsaber fights very, very convincing, and making it fast, and making sure they were on their marks in the right place while they were doing this fighting. I mean, they worked incredibly hard. And then in Ahsoka, looking like a drunk, swinging around some broomsticks. I mean, just awful.
In the new Star Wars movie, you have those back-to-back clips, and they said the director, they said that they'd slow them down, like McGregor and Park. They're like, you got to slow this down a little bit. We can't catch it. You're too fast.
Why are they saying that I'm a BBC shill? Sorry, this isn't going to annoy me.
Okay, yeah.
Why am I BBC shill? I didn't do anything. Sorry. Go on, Mark. Sorry, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I was just saying that they were showing in contrast. We've probably all seen those clips where they contrast the old Star Wars movies and that great sword lightsaber play, and then contrast with Ahsoka, and then Revenge of whatever. What was the last name? I can't even say it. Movie
Revenge of the
Skywalker.
Sith.
Rise of
Skywalker.
The Rise of Palpatine.
Yeah. I don't want to say it, but
Rise of Skywalker.
Uma Thurman is
horrible.
Uma Thurman is known for being an excellent swords woman. She actually trained under Sony Chiba before Kill Bill films, and apparently she has excellent sword skills.
That's why they look so good, right?
Martial art, yeah, and of course, Michelle Yeoh. She was pretty much famous and known for.
Incredibly talented martial artist. Yes.
Yeah, Gwendolyn Christie, also it may sound racist, but the Chinese actresses, I'm less surprised that they know martial arts and swordplay. I just am, because it is more of a common thing in those countries.
It would make sense. Yeah. But that's why the new Star Wars looks so bad. I mean, it's not even considered Star Wars, but it just looks so abysmal. I mean, that scene where they're fighting all the Red Guards with Rey, and you can see the scenes some of the times the guards are just waiting as the Rey is spinning around, leaving her back wide open. Yeah. Same thing in the Ahsoka show. If you play it in slow motion, the guys are trying, I'm sure, but they're trying to do this fancy move, and they totally leave their back wide open, and the guy's just waiting there till she spins around, and then when she swings, he swings back. It's you could have killed her 20 times over already,
Oh, Catherine Zeta-Jones and Mila Jovovich are apparently very expert martial artists as well.
Really? I believe that with Mia Jovovich, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course Cynthia Rothrock, who was
she was a martial artist first, and then she was an actress. So.
Yeah, she's probably the most famous white person in Hong Kong for decades, because she was in all of those
made movies with Michelle Yeoh.
Hong Kong,
The Dead Man left a 199 super chat, and I guess this is kind of like from Pink Floyd Animals. Swine mail, haha, shride you are. I guess that's what it was supposed to be.
Oh yeah, swine mail, uh-huh.
I always thought he said something else there. But I didn't think it was swine mail, but maybe I wasn't listening.
No, I think he's making it up for the Odyssey.
For the Odyssey. Okay. Sharad you are. At least I got the reference, if nothing else.
Actually, I can't hear that without thinking of Cartman now. Ha Sharad you are.
Right. He did say it in some episodes.
Yep.
Is that the one that they that he travels back in time or something? I don't know. Not sure, but I remember that he said it before. You're right. Yeah. In any case, I do know. I think there was something about him traveling to meet the forefathers. Maybe there was something like that. He said it in that episode. Maybe I'm wrong. In any case, yeah. I mean, that's really pretty much the last Pink Floyd album that was like, you know, fresh and you know and maybe their best, the last great album was Animals.
It was after Wish You Were Here and Before the Wall. It was in between those two, and I still like The Wall, but I don't put it up against the fourth.
No, the Wall, I've said this before, and I know even some people that have gotten annoyed at me that I say it, but for me, The Wall is Pink Floyd for normies. Yes, it sold albums and did whatever, but if you're really into Pink Floyd, in my opinion, The Wall is not at the top of your list. If you really like live and breathe Pink Floyd, if you're really into like their music, that's not the main thing. I think that I would put albums like, you know, Dark Side and Wish You Were Here above it, Animals above it for sure. I even like stuff like you know, like Metal. I like Metal better than Metal.
Metal is one of the best albums ever. Like it's, I would say like maybe what was the one with the socks on the cover, or the Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, like have better things in them than The Wall. But Metal is incredible. That's
Pros and Cons don't have Gilmore, and that's why the album sounds hollow and weird and shit.
Yeah,
but
what was their last? What's the name of their last album? Something Division.
Division Bell was like basically Without Waters, but you know what? Division Bell is not a terrible album. It's just the thing is they're not doing anything new. It sounds like a rehash of things they've done before. Now I still like it. If you put it on, I'm not going to suffer. It's fine. And the final song, High Hopes, is great. The only thing on the album that I'll say that it's like a Pink Floyd level from the classic Pink Floyd level song is maybe High Hopes. At the last song on the album with the bells. I fucking love that song, but most of the other songs are just like rehashes.
Yeah, but still maybe better than The Wall in some aspects.
Yeah. You know what? The Wall. There's a few things in The Wall that there's like a few saving graces. You have Comfortably Numb, which David Gilmour was basically the architect behind. And that's probably my favorite song in the whole album, and it's the one song he insisted that like he's pushing in there, which for me is like the best of the album. Even like, you know, people are always, you know, glazing waters for Another Brick in the Wall, but nobody ever pays attention to the fact that like the only reason that song sounds the way it does is mainly because of Gilmour and the producer Bob Ezrin, because it would have been a very different song without those two. Ezrin told Gilmour that they were looking to at least have something a little more commercial on the album, and he said like it would be great if you kind of found out what people are listening to now, because Pink Floyd kind of does its own thing, but we really want it to be maybe even something that could be played in a club. So Gilmour actually went to Studio 54 or something like that, and he was listening to whatever they were listening to that was kind of like disco. Now, he wasn't really like 100% sold on the disco idea, but he captured in his mind like bass and guitar riffs and things like that he kind of was like listening to, and then he went into the studio and wanted to create something with a little bit of rhythm that at least had a vibe that reminded him of it. It's not exactly, but like that's why
Which
you
song
have
is that?
Another Brick in the Wall. Like if you think about it, like the beat is more, it's almost like a Pink Floyd meets disco.
It's a 4 on the floor beat, which allows you to Yeah. By the way, the normal words are big man, pig man, and bus stop rat bag.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So at the end of the day, sorry, go on, Mark.
Well, I was just say the Wall is. I mean, it's a phenomenal album. I think it's just part of the problem is it's so overplayed. Another brick in the wall. We don't need no edge. Like
I don't
that gets
think
overplayed, but I mean, I'm a massive Pink Floyd fan. But you're right. It is Pink Floyd for Norris, but you could say that was the apex, and that was when everyone knew Pink Floyd. Right before it was kind of like a prog rock band that weird people listen to, and it was kind of like, this is our Pink Floyd. I remember in college,
it's not really a phenomenal album though. Wish You Were Here, Dark Side of the Moon, Metal are phenomenal albums.
Yeah, but I think the Wall is I love the Wall. I mean,
the Wall is a commercial success. And it certainly has a few like classic songs on it, but I do feel like a lot of it, if you really listen to it, there's a lot of like Roger Waters with his big ego whining.
Yeah.
A little.
But when you watch the movie and then like when you're in the mood for it, then you listen the whole day. It's like people don't listen to albums anymore either, which is the problem. Like the whole way through, and there's other Floyd albums I think are better, but I
lyrically tells a story, but musical thematically, it doesn't hold together like the other Floyd albums. And the very best songs on that album are almost all Gilmore, including
I love Run Like Hell. Run Like Hell is so freaking good. Yeah, Run Like Hell. Yeah, and like you said, Comfortably Numb.
I'm gonna have to buy Pink Floyd Trivial Pursuit, aren't I?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
But I will say this: I would prefer to listen to Piper of the Gates of Dawn over the Wall. I prefer Obscured by Clouds. Fuck it, whatever you got. I like Adam Hart Mother better than The Wall.
Yeah,
seriously, like The Wall. The only thing that like it's quote unquote worse. I don't hate The Wall, but the only thing that's lower than The Wall is the final cut. And maybe you want to throw in like Uma Gooma or whatever it is in there. You can throw like that one. That's just them like noodling around for hours and just like farting into the microphone. I even like, I think, Saucer Full of Secrets like more than seriously like The Wall. I'm not sold on it.
Those aren't bad albums though. I'll say this: the best thing about Roger Waters is he really brought out the absolute best in David Gilmour. Like it's one of those Lennon McCartney things. Some of them are better than the individual.
Great together.
Yeah. As irritating as he is, but man, he has a lot of daddy issues, and he's one. It's like listening to Tommy over and over and over again. The daddy.
Yeah. By the way, my dad was killed. Yeah, God bless him. Unfortunately, was killed in World War II. But I remember like college. I'm like, oh, let's listen to some Floyd tonight, and they're like, all right, yeah, let's put on another brick in the, let's put on The Wall. I'm like, no, let's listen to Metal, and they're like, what? People were like, the only album they knew was like, The Wall. So yeah, I hear you on that, but I still appreciate the whole package together. But if I had to pick, but if I'm in the mood to listen to something like that, but like Metal is. One of my God, I love Metal.
Metal's like one
of these days. I mean, oh my God,
I like Echoes. Echoes for me is one of the best songs ever written. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and if
you're Echoes, is that the one you play with the end of 200001: A Space Odyssey?
Yes.
Yeah. It's Echoes, and you time it together, and
you
God,
start it
so
at
well.
Junior and the
boom. And they said they never did.
And I am you, and what I see is me. I love that song.
You can hear parts of that in hundreds of other songs, like including Hotel California. You can hear parts where they sort of cribbed it from Echoes.
I think that Roger Waters, and it's the only time I'm going to agree because he's such an annoying jerk these days, but he felt that Phantom of the Opera stole the like from Metal.
Oh yeah, that could be.
It does actually have a similarity to it. I won't lie. There is. Listen, Waters didn't invent that, or whoever it was, Gilmour, whoever came up, they didn't invent that. But let's just say that like there is that element that really is used in Phantom of the Opera. And I can't say for sure that they weren't influenced by Pink Floyd and Metal. It does sound very similar.
Yeah, how many notes does it have to be before it's played? Like, because you can find 3 and 4 note little passages. I'm actually curious about it.
Probably it's not enough for a lawsuit because nobody sued anybody, and I feel like those
are kind of just scales.
Yeah, and And that's the thing. Like, you know, a lot of those what do they call them, breaks, you know, were shared amongst funk bands and early soul bands, like, you know, entire intros of drum and bass breaks. They're very common for people to use them back and forth. And Mark, if the people around you only know The Wall, you need to hang around different people.
Well, yeah. So I'm like, what are you guys, a bunch of losers? I mean, let's listen to some cool Pink Floyd. I mean, you know, let's go, right? And then, you know, whenever I watch 2001, I've got to rig that up so I can hear you know, echoes, because it's just so much. The movie is so much better. They always claim they didn't do it, but I mean, it fits. It's like perfect. Like it's made to order for that final scene, and it works.
And is asking if we have to be stoned to enjoy Pink Floyd.
No.
You don't have to be, but
it doesn't hurt, but it helps.
Yeah, it won't hurt. But I haven't been stoned in 26 years, and I love Pink Floyd almost more than anybody else. Okay, so Under Pressure, the Vanilla Ice lawsuit. Dun 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 dun. That's 7 notes, and they got sued.
Yeah, he really did copy that song. Yeah, I mean, basically he could have used the sample or whatever. Like, I don't know, they didn't clear the rights. At the end of the day, what does he care? They paid them something. He made a lot of money off the whole situation. You could say whatever you want about Vanilla Ice, and there's certainly a lot to say about him. But I will say that he seems to be a halfway decent businessman. In a situation where a lot of people got money and like flushed it down the toilet, he went around when he made money and bought a bunch of real estate. And apparently, buying a lot of real estate ended up being a good decision rather than like, you know, wasting the money on like blow and ladies or whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, didn't you meet a guy that wanted to give you hookers and blow?
Hey, I just noticed something. So I just did a video on The Expanse. I haven't listed it yet, but it's done. And in one of the episodes, a guy is piloting a spaceship to Deep Purple's Highway Star, but the lyrics are in Belter. So it's like, I gotta hang water, no, like that. It's cool. I need to check the credits see if they credited Deep Purple or.
I thought you were gonna say they're gonna use space trucking. Yep.
No, it's high. There's a bunch of Deep Purple songs that would fit, you know, for belters, but like
that's a great song in the car. Like my friend had a convertible, like, you know, and boom.
Oh, classic Highway Star, classic driving
top
song,
down. Yeah, floor it, Justin. Yep, that was just such a great song. And when they came back in the '80s, Purple, what a great album that was. And God, that was my first concert. Was Deep Purple in 1986, I think, at the Meadowlands. Brendan Bernardino.
Why is it not true? Vanilla Ice invested in real estate. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. You know what? You guys keep talking. Let me.
He was flipping houses for a TV show for a while. But
he real estate usually, right?
Yeah, he built a multi-million-dollar real estate empire spanning multiple states over 30 years. He bought the properties across the U.S. during his initial peak of musical fame. He later started flipping houses. And he started a business that acquired tax liens and turned it into a professional career, and has a hit television show, which I didn't actually know.
No, but he did. He took his money and he spent it on real estate. Then he started flipping. Then he made shows of it. Then whatever. But yeah, he did all of that. And I'll tell you also how I know. And this is, again, you didn't ask for the story, but I'll tell you. Years ago, I must have told you this, Professor, before. Not a million times. I must have said it. I had some, place that I worked with. And again, I would do these kind of events and talent and things like that. And they wanted Vanilla Ice to do a few songs. Mainly, if somebody books Vanilla Ice, they want Ice Ice Baby. That's really the only reason somebody booked. They have an event. He comes out. He does Ice Ice Baby. It's worth it for somebody because it's a song that everybody knows. you can say whatever you want about it, but it is ingrained in pop culture. And if you're doing an event and him coming out and doing the song for certain events, maybe it could be suitable. So,
and does he skip the sound check and just show up 1 minute before the show goes on?
No, that wasn't him. But
not that rapper,
not that rapper. Okay, just checking.
Well, am I jaded because I just read his real estate company's worth $25 million, and I'm like, that's not really that much money. And I'm like, who am I kidding? That's multiple fortunes. But we hear these 500 million billion numbers all the time. Somali daycare, 270 million. So 25 seems small, but that's great for a guy, who hadn't had to work for but a couple of years.
I mean, listen, with all due respect, yes, he made money during those 90s when he had that album, but like it wasn't that like his career went on for a million years later. He had a very small window of time that he did that, and I think that him, as opposed to a lot of other artists, him having a plus $25 million now from doing real estate versus, being in the hole and having nothing, I think that not bad. So in any case, what happened is that I needed to book him for this event, and I called his manager, and is his name Tommy? Maybe I'm wrong. Was it Tommy Kwan? You guys can Google it. I don't know. Okay. Tell me if his manager's name is Tommy Kwan. Anyone? I'm like Ben Stein.
I remember.
Yeah, it is Tommy Kwan.
Bueller.
So basically, I called the guy up and I said, listen, we have this event. They're paying money. They're all this stuff. And it was pretty decent money. And he was like, the manager seemed like, interested enough. Okay, let's do this. Let's do that. And then what happens is that, you were asking about riders, Ista, the other day. In this case, it wouldn't be like a routed tour. It would be a fly out for a one-off event. And he'd have his technical rider and he'd have his like performance rider. The performance rider is the one, it's the one that like hospitality rider. That's the one that's in his dressing room with the M&Ms. And the technical rider is what he needs on stage. So people that book this guy, what are they thinking? They don't want a stage. They don't want like a band. They just want some DJ to put on Ice Ice Baby. You give him the microphone, he does Ice Ice Baby and leaves. That's all anybody wants at this event. Now, this guy, this Tommy guy is like, listen, Vanilla Ice wants it this way. Like he starts sending me all these documents. And man, this guy wanted to put together a show with like a drummer and band and all this stuff. And it's like, nobody's looking for this. You know what I mean? Like he just needs to come out and do his song and everybody will be happy and like they'll pay money. So basically I told him nobody wants this. Like this deal is going to fall apart. I can never sell this. Nobody's going to get all this shit. Like that's not what they want him for. And also he wants to perform it his way, maybe in a different style. All this weird shit. Like it was the weirdest shit I had to look at. And at the end, the guy told me, and he told me the truth, and I believe him. He said, listen, I know you probably like deal with a lot of these kind of older school rappers, and maybe some of them would just want a few dollars to do whatever, and like they'll go and they'll play ball. He said, this guy, like, it's not his main thing. Like, if you don't go by his rules, whatever he just said, and you don't book him, he doesn't give a shit. It's not, he'll collect money if there's money to be made, but he's not like sitting around and losing sleep if he gets this gig that you're offering or not. So either your guys agree to do this weird shit that he wants here, or we don't do it. And you know what happened?
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it. And I'm like, man, I can't believe it. He passed up. It seemed like a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like, I wish somebody would offer me money to fly out somewhere and do like a song on a microphone and leave. But he, he felt like he's not even in that mindset. He doesn't care. Either they do it the way he wants it or he doesn't give a fuck. And then years later, I once met him and this Kwan guy together. I actually met him somewhere. And man, like this guy, he was like kind of full of himself, this Vanilla Ice guy. Like it all connected to me that he's like he's also kind of full of himself. I mean, he didn't do anything bad to me. It was kind of amusing, but man, he lives like, in his mind he's still in the 90s, like doing like Ice Ice, like he's just I can't really explain it to you, but
he's the opposite of the guy who showed up at 9:59 to get his check.
He's the he's the opposite of that guy. Yeah. No, but the guy with the 959 guy is a pretty badass guy. It's just that like I don't know. I didn't think he wouldn't show up to anything, but two very different situations. At the end of the day, he kind of he's very much feeling himself, this Vanilla Ice guy. He likes things his way. He has money and he doesn't give a shit. Maybe and so I do think that over the past maybe 5-10 years, I think that he's overcome that. And now if there's like a big concert or something, if somebody will pay him enough money, he'll go out and he'll do it the way they want it. I do feel like he does that now. But at that time, didn't want to hear about it. Maybe he was busy with his shows or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's amazing. His whole career is made on that basically that one song, right? When you think about it, like Vanilla Ice.
Well, there have been plenty of careers made
one-hit wonders, right?
Over one. Hell, people have made a career by being on a single Star Trek episode, and they make a very nice living just touring conventions. So,
Trev Tune Art in the chat wanted to let you know that in fact, what they really want to hear is him perform ninja rap.
Nobody's ever not that I was involved. They asked for it. Buddha Cafe, you're making up shit. You're fabricating shit for you. I don't know if he's saying that to me, but I am not making it up for whatever you want. Everything that I said is 100%. Like I stand by everything I said. You could choose. I don't know if the comment was meant for me or not. You could choose to believe it or not. But at the same time, also, I don't think that I said anything here that was like, if I would have said that Sydney Sweeney called me up and she wanted to go on a date with me, then if you guys wrote like bullshit in the chat, I'd be like, yes, that was bullshit. She didn't call me. She didn't want to go out on a date with me, unfortunately, and probably never will. And I've accepted that. But me trying to book like Vanilla Ice for an event that he didn't want to perform at, that 100% happened. So.
Yeah, and it's not like if Gerard Butler actually did get the hookers and blow and invite you to participate, maybe that would have been a little more suspicious, but that wasn't your story.
Yeah. And frankly, you don't have to be a genius to make money in real estate.
No,
I know a number of people who've been in real estate.
Buddha Cafe,
and it's not hard. You buy property, it goes up in value. You sell property. The trick is you have to have the money at the start to buy the real estate.
Well, and you got to buy. You got to be smart about what you buy.
You got to be smart about what you're buying. But I mean, if you have the
capital,
if you just have just have a decent manager, asset manager who's going to take care of it. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's having the capital in the first place to be able to invest in the real estate. That's really the
James Gunn's wife has a career just for doing James Gunn. Somebody said that in the chat.
Oh no, she does other people while James Gunn watches.
Yeah, that is an important distinction for sure.
Buddha Cafe, Vanilla Ice was a little kid that was under control, and at the end of the day, he wanted to delete himself and even apologize to the world. Take the L. I really don't understand what you're talking about. This is not like YouTube searches. Vanilla Ice apologize to the world, then apologize to me. Well, I have no reason to apologize to anybody. I'm telling you of a story that happened maybe, I want to say 16-ish years ago, 15, 16 years ago, plus minus. I don't know the exact year, but something around that time frame where I needed to book him for an event. That is what happened. I could go somewhere. I could try to search my files, even though 15 years is a long time. I even had those riders. I had his actual rider. I had the thing what he wanted and all that shit. And I had the documents. I'll even say, and that I can't show, the thing was even, I think, initially contracted, meaning they made an offer and theoretically he would have accepted the offer. But where it fell apart was when he wanted the stuff done the way he wanted it, and the venue, in order to put a drummer and a band and all this stuff, the venue then has to start paying a lot more money. They, in most cases, have to fly new people, additional people in addition to him to this event. It becomes a group. You need to set them up with flights. You need to set them up with hotels. You need to set them up with ground transportation. You need to give them like food or per diems and all this other shit. So they didn't want all of that. And I am 100%. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if there's one person listening or a million. It's not for YouTube clicks. Nobody's clicking on this thinking, we hope that 4 hours into the stream, he'll tell us a story about how he wanted to book Vanilla Ice to sing Ice Ice Baby. Nobody's doing that. Nobody gives a shit enough to do that. This story is so dumb that it could only be true.
Yeah. Now, he was one of us he did go through he is an addict, and he did write a note about Apple citing himself when he was 27 because he thought he was going to join the 27 club. But that's not a little kid, and apparently he got through it and is sober, so good for him.
Forget about your personal story you plugged in after the fact. What the fuck? I don't even know what you want, man. I tried to be nice. I don't care. You want to sit and you want to say shit, you could do whatever you want. I am cool with that. You're entitled to write whatever you want, and if that's what you want to say it. But I wanted to address it. It's almost like, you know how in The Untouchables, Sean Connery is on the bridge, and he sees Elliot Ness. He sees Kevin Costner as Elliot Ness, and he has a weapon on him, and he's like, oh, why do you have the whatever? I don't remember the quote. Why do you have the thing? So he goes, I work for the Treasury. So he's like, okay, and he lets him go. He's like, hey, I'm an armed man. Why did you let me go? And then he said, who would say they work for the Treasury if they really didn't? Do you remember that line from The Untouchable? I recreated it very poorly. So it's like,
I kind of.
Who would say that I had an event that somebody asked me to bring Vanilla Ice to sing Ice Ice Baby, and he ended up not wanting to do it? That is really just the weirdest, most specific, strange thing to say. And I get nothing from telling a story like this. Seriously, like there's no like special points I got here. There's no like, it's, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't think that I like earned any capital with it.
Yeah, but now I want to rewatch The Untouchables.
The Untouchables is a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did that on Toxic Tuesday last month with Nick. Yeah, that is a great fucking movie. What do you get when prohibition ends? Get a drink, What a great line. Costner was. I guess that was a movie that made him a star. I think.
No, he was made a star because chicks were all those kind of.
But that was his first big.
No Way Out, I think, is the one that. Really...
Final comment. Okay, I'll just say this and I'll move on. Bro, I'm a nice guy myself, bro. You said something and it lit my fact-based light bulb. You have to take the L. Don't counter my point with a personal story, bro. That's not cool. But all I was doing was telling this.
It was always a personal story.
It was all just a personal story. I don't give a shit about anything.
Yeah.
What exactly did I get wrong? That I said that he made money in real estate after his career? That's not a lie. What did I say? That they sued him for Ice Ice Baby and he lost, rightfully so? Not a lie either.
Yeah, why do you need to take an L? You didn't really do anything.
Listen, I can take a bunch of L's in my life and a bunch of shit that I've done. And like, I can even take an L that I tried to book him and I failed. I'll take that L. And it's not even like I needed, it's not like I needed Michael Jackson and couldn't get him. By the way, there's a separate story for that one, but let's not ever think about that one. That one's an L. That one's like a really big L, but I'll keep it to myself for now.
Dating Leslie Headland was an L too. Like you didn't know at the time.
I met her at a bar, and that's also there's nothing W or L about it. It's just a random stupid thing that I once mentioned to somebody in the middle of the night and didn't know that Melvin was clipping it. But in any case, Vanilla Ice thing, it's like I took the L. I tried to book like Vanilla Ice and he wouldn't show up. That's I think that's kind of an L in and of itself. So I'll take the L. Yes.
Couldn't land the ice. God. Tragedy. But you got to say,
bros in the chat.
Yeah, maybe people like of all one hit wonder. I mean, Vanilla Ice is pretty damn well known, right? And it wasn't that. Didn't someone drop him off a building too, or not for money?
there is a rumor that I don't remember if it was Suge Knight or something like that,
Suge
that
Knight,
they
I
claimed
think,
that he
wasn't
like dangled him off a roof and made him sign away something, or I don't know what the fuck the issue was. Until today, it's a rumor. I don't know what the real deal is. I've heard it over the years myself. I simply don't, I don't know sometimes if there's myth or if it exactly happened that way or
Yeah.
what happened or what would the outcome of it. But it obviously, the story gets told and it's part of, like, I don't know if it's urban legend or real. I don't really know because people have denied it. So it is what it is.
That made me. Who's your favorite one-hit wonder? Now that you bring that up,
favorite one-hit wonder.
Isn't that a great topic? Yeah, like, song or band, whatever. I have one that really comes to mind. It's one of my
consider the best one.
How Long by the band Ace. How long has this been going on? It's a great
Come on,
song.
Eileen, Dexy's Midnight Runner. Were they one hit wonder?
Yeah. Come on, I was going to say, Come On, Eileen is probably my favorite one hit wonder.
Or really? Men Without Hats.
Yeah.
I
like Ace.
I would say, I think that, like, Don't You Forget About Me is a better one hit wonder. I don't know. That's a pretty good one hit wonder.
You think it's a better song than How Long?
I mean, it has more of a, left more of a pop culture.
Only because it was in like a John Hughes movie.
I don't know.
I don't think anything has left a bigger cultural impact than Mickey by Tony Basil. That's easily the most.
I don't hate that
Mickey,
song.
You're so fun.
Actually, even I like that song, and I hate shit like that, but it is so catchy. It's impossible not.
It's incredibly catchy. Yes.
Yeah.
And she was incredibly cute.
I'm trying to think what other one hit wonders. This is a really good question. It's
we could do a whole show on this.
You should do a talk about one hit wonders.
A Spirit in the Sky by Norman Greenbaum. I mean, every single movie that takes place in the 60s lets you know you're in the 60s by playing that song. It must have been in 100, 200 movies.
Venus by Shocking Blue is a pretty good one-hit wonder.
Yeah. Oh, Tainted Love.
Yeah, I love Tainted Love.
Yeah, but isn't Tainted Love not a cover though?
Sort of a cover, yeah, I guess.
But what a great song that was at the.
It isn't. It's an amazing. No, by Soft Cell.
Really hot chick.
Yeah, Soft Cell's Tainted Love is incredible. But yeah, it's a cover.
Apparently, I think remakes can count because you still, you create a performance copyright, and I don't know.
Pat Benatar, right? I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but she's had a few hits. Yeah,
but not a one hit wonder, but like a cover that's actually more popular than the original, right?
Oh, when I was in college, this song came out. I still know it to this day. Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang. I think it was their only hit. Hip hop, a hip to the hippity hip hip a hoppy.
Yep, that's a classic.
Yep. Everybody's singing it and labbing shit.
By the way, I figured out apparently this Buddha guy who's
drunk.
He said that he was offended, I guess, that I said that Vanilla Ice knows how to make money. But all I did was also in my story relay what this manager, this Tommy guy, told me. And all I could do was just relay. He said the guy already has his money. He's not like hungry for bread, and he won't go to do this thing if it's not going to be done the way he wants it. And I said, well, it won't be done the way he wants it because it's not reasonable for an event like this to pay for all this shit when they just wanted to come out and do this one song the way they know it.
Why would that offend him though?
I have no idea.
I have a slight guess that he's made $25 million more than Buddha has. So.
Yeah, and he's made $25 million more than me as well. I mean, I don't have $25 million. When I have $25 million, I can say, that guy's not a serious guy. But until then...
My biggest claim to fame is I've lost less money than Kevin Feige.
You have, and James Gunn combined, maybe. And Kathleen Kennedy, all of them combined, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I put it in the chat, but the thing, you're everybody's glazing Spider-Man Brand New Day. This was the win that Kathleen Kennedy thought she had a chance to retire on, and she was never going to get close to this man.
Yeah. She wanted the win. Well, now Kathleen Kennedy is trying to hold on to her producer title so that if that thing with Ryan Gosling comes out and isn't a complete embarrassment, she's going to walk out and say, hey, it was my vision to bring Ryan in.
Yes.
And then they're all going to write articles about it. We'll see articles like we saw today, those kind of glazing articles. We'll see that for her. And then she's going to leave on a high note.
Kathleen Kennedy can't stop breaking her own box office records.
She's got $25 million too, God damn it. Or more, I'm sure.
Right. What they're going to do is what they did with Feige here. They'll talk about like Force Awakens making money and then this making money and make it seem like everything in between was great. And then she could walk out with the narrative of like the most powerful woman in Hollywood does it again. And that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
She wrecked Star Wars, but walked away rich.
Totally.
Should I publish my video now or wait until the morning, or does it matter?
It probably is better. I think it's probably better to wait until the morning. That's just my personal opinion, but it's totally up to you.
I have no idea how to do this shit.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to be honest with you. There have been times that I published in a random hour, even one that you wouldn't think is a good idea, and surprisingly, the video did okay. But I think that generally speaking, better to do it not in the middle of the night, because you tend to think, unless you have a lot of people that like your videos that live in the UK or live, in Australia or something like that, if a lot of them are based in the United States, probably at this time they're not really around,
Oh, is there a SpaceX Falcon launch in a minute and a half, or 1 hour and 30 minutes apparently?
Well, we won't make it to there. Tomahawk says, I want a real Ghost Rider, not Ken from Barbie. Yeah, I don't really... Now, like, the thing is, it's like, oh, let's shove Ryan Gosling and everything. I'm going to be honest with you. He was fine in Project Hail Mary. He was fine in that movie. Probably one of his better performances. But he's still not an actor that I'm like, wow, I want to see him in every movie and every role. Like, there's something a bit subdued about him, and I think it worked well for Project Hail Mary. But I wouldn't want this in every single role. I think that they're making him a bigger thing than he is, in my opinion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how his career, goes with the Star Wars movie. But he's competent. He's semi good looking, I guess, right? Or what am I to say? But the girls like him. Fall Guy I didn't think was that great, but
it worked for Zendaya. Oh, the launch was 5 minutes ago, actually, 3:42 a.m.
How did it go?
That's the schedule, August 5th, which is today now. I didn't see anything about something blowing up. It looks like it went well. Yeah.
There you go.
Stuff. That was the best coverage you'll ever get for a launch, what we just did here.
Yeah. Like, why are they launching it at 3:40 in the morning, though?
It all depends on what they're...
They wanted it to be coordinated with your video.
No,
right?
They wanted it to be dark so everybody could see the flash, unlike the moon. Yeah, I guess
Anna says Ryan Gosling is safe for feminists. He's non-threatening remasculinity. I mean, he's all right. I don't hate him, but I don't think of him as a guy. He lacks some kind of on-screen. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not saying he has zero charisma and zero presence, but I also don't feel like he has the additional kind of like bravado element that sometimes would be nice, just a little something extra. And that's maybe what I agree with Eminem that basically he's safe because he's stops short of being the more masculine guy that puts his foot down and that you really buy it. He's a little kind of like subdued and quiet.
Feminine side.
Yeah, he has
the ladies like him from The Notebook or whatever the fuck, and Barbie.
He has dork charisma.
Was he in Magic Mike?
I don't think.
I don't think so. It seems like a movie he would be in, but I don't think he was in it.
But yeah, he is a Disney kid. He has that adorkable charisma, dorkisma, or dorkrisma. Like, the more serious he gets, like kind of the less he's convincing. He's he played the perfect nerd in Project Hail Mary. I don't know. And he's very soft spoken too, and I think I agree. He's like non-threatening masculinity, whatever the fuck that means.
They needed a Han Solo type, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They needed a Harrison Ford in his prime type, and instead we got like Ryan Gosling, and that's also the problem. Part of it, like Blade Runner, that he's like he's a vanilla version. So they're trying this vanilla idea again. They got away with it in Project Hail Mary because maybe in that specific role you needed somebody a bit subdued who is a bit of a dork.
Yeah,
So-
he's a high school science teacher. I can
Right.
buy that, but I don't believe he's the best stuntman in Hollywood or
the best
kick-ass
pilot
robot
in the
bounty hunter.
galaxy or whatever it is they're going to do with him. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. And Ghost Rider, I don't buy it either. But listen, there's
Oh.
worse actors. There's worse you can go. You know what I mean? At least he kind of looks like a man
Yeah,
for whatever
yeah.
that's worth, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, but he can't be. Ray is the best star pilot in the galaxy, so he can't
Well,
be.
she'll show up at the end of the movie and he'll acknowledge that probably.
Yes, yes. I am the second best star pilot in the galaxy. Did you see that AI trailer that looked? It really did look real. Like
Which one?
the one for the Last Starfighter. That it's just floating around
It's
everywhere.
a phony trailer.
Yeah,
I don't want to cause any problems. So if it's like whatever, sometimes they're cracking down now, and I don't want any issues. But I believe you.
Yeah. No, I didn't suggest to show it. I figured everybody's seen it because all of the comments are like, "Is this real? Is this real? Is this AI?" We really can't tell anymore. It's scary a little bit.
You can't believe your eyes anymore, right? I mean, next thing you know, they're going to show someone landing on the moon.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Next thing you know, that woman you bring home, oops, Crocodile Dundee all over again. Except you don't get to see that in Crocodile Dundee anymore.
yeah, it's scary. You know how easy it is. You know, I've been using Photoshop. I can't remember how many years now. Yeah, I'm semi-competent, but you know, I used to, you know, remove backgrounds and things for our products and stuff, and you'd have special plugins you had to buy. And now you had to get pretty skilled at it. And like, oh, Mark, you did a really good job removing that background. It looks good or whatever. Now any Yahoo can just click the button, remove background. Like years of training erased by the AI. It's like, oh man, like I don't have to learn to feather stuff now and mask things. And it's like, you just click the damn button.
Yeah, and it's damn good at it too.
And it's good. I can't complain. Like you shouldn't be allowed to use that, right? You can't use AI, but it's like it's an algorithm. But you know,
yeah, you can't use Photoshop now and not use AI. You're using it whether you want to or not.
Yeah,
It's
but I
built
can't be
into
like
all the tools.
But I can't be like, get off my lawn and take 2 hours to, you know, remove the background and the subject, you know, from a picture. Like you've got to be competitive too. So it's just the tech is incredible. So yeah, but you never can be sure of what you see now anymore. That's the problem.
By the way, Price,
we'll all adjust eventually, just like we did with Photoshop.
Yeah, by the way, Price, I'm a Rumble mod. I noticed that you seem to
What happened?
Oh, I'm a Rumble mod. You acknowledged all the Rumble mods, but you didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, you're like, you know, like I said, you're like a VIP guy, so I assume that you're probably a mod on everywhere.
Yeah, whenever I go somewhere and I'm not blue, I have like withdrawal. I'm like, wait, what happened here? You know, I got a mod on so many channels. I like flip out when I don't see my name in blue. It's like an OCD thing.
I feel bad. Is there so many ads? I mean, I'm trying to think what to do. Maybe I'll try to ask. I said I would do this. I'll try to ask for less ads. The thing is that I feel, and I could be wrong, that maybe YouTube, if you don't choose that you want ads, they have less of an incentive to, like, you know, help your thing go different places. You know what I mean? Like, I think I need to say that I accept ads, or else I don't know. What do other people
tag? Do you tag products? The other thing I do is tag products instead of ads. Like that I think that helps too. If you go into the description, you can tag. You know, if you happen to be talking about like Pink Floyd tonight, not that we knew we were going to talk about, but like you could tag like some music and things. And they're actually adding Amazon as a shopping tag now. They just it was on a YouTube training thing today, and they're adding that it's rolling out for creators because of course they want you to sell stuff, right?
Is that a separate
where did you get this tutelage?
I'm in one of those YouTube creator programs where they, you go to meet up. They have like people that work for YouTube, and then they try to help you grow your channel and add members, and they're always showing you the latest stuff.
Yeah.
So they added, they're rolling out Amazon shopping that you could tag. Say like I'm doing that new like Star Trek bridge, the Lego bridge, and I'm talking about it. I could tag from my store to Amazon, and you can tag it in the.
And you've been using it? Does it help you?
Well, it has. I just found out about it today, but I do tag videos, and I think sometimes it helps.
Is there a separate section for the product shopping tags, or is it just all?
Well, if you go to your YouTube studio. And then you go to the content, right? You go to the video.
Yeah, I can barely upload a video at this point, but yeah.
Yeah.
And M says Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers do not have ads mid live stream. Neither does Drinker. I'll try to see what I can do to make this better, but I will say this: Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and the Drinker can kind of afford to not have.
Yeah, they have a million subs.
Right, they have so many subs. They're not worried about YouTube showing their stream or not. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the guy that because I don't play ball, suddenly my stream goes away and nobody sees it. So I'll try to find a way. Maybe there's a way I can choose. I've said it before, and I will try it. I'll try the next time to say that I want less ads and see if the stream still gets out and around in the same way.
Yeah, so you go into the description and then you click tag products, and then you can and like I have tagged like my store for like my branded Doomsday Machine stuff, and then you can tag. So if I'm doing a review of a toy or something, I'll tag those products or and I think that kind of helps. You would think YouTube will want that video out there to promote that.
And that's true. And Trigonometry just stopped doing mid-roll ads, but they also, again, a giant channel that people actually seek out. And they did sort of say, because we're doing this, we really would like if you subscribed. So,
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll see what I can do, but unfortunately, I take it as a big compliment that somebody would mention me in the same sentence as Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, and Drinker. But all of those have, I think Geeks and Gamers between their channels have well over 500,000 viewers, if not significantly more if you count all their channels. Nerdrotic has like 1.25 million, and Drinker has, I think,
over 2.
Almost 2.5 million. So here at Price of Reason Studios, we do
how
the
many
best
million
we
do
can.
we have here?
Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, listen, man, there's
all the millions.
You've got a decent number of people. There's 91 on YouTube and Rumble, so probably like 150 live watching. More than that, actually.
Good. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, the last
more than are watching MSNBC right now.
Yeah, but the last Nerdrotic were 12,000 live viewers. So, but yeah,
that's not to say that I'm not grateful for this audience and what we do here. I love what we do, and I love this, crowd and this audience. I will see what I can do. I will see if it doesn't hurt the performance of it. I'll see if I can do something. So it's not that I want people to suffer with ads, but I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, because it's tough on a live stream, especially if you're watching a pre-recorded video. It's maybe not as bad because then the video picks up.
Right.
But if it's a live stream, then you miss some of the pearls of wisdom, the great humor and comedy that we have for a few minutes.
So great, yeah, they're missing the best.
Well, I used to go back and then run it at 1.5 speed before I got premium. So
yeah.
But I don't subscribe to streamers anymore. So, I just said, well, I spend more time watching YouTube than anyone else. So that's where I put my subscription money.
Somebody was asking if I have one watching on Twitch. What happened is that for a little bit, we tried doing on Twitch and Kick and all this other stuff. But for various technical reasons, not only was there only like one person watching on these platforms, there were other issues with the multi-stream, and I just figured let's focus on on YouTube and Rumble. But Professor, do you have some names of people? If Mr. Brown can turn them off, you can try as well. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Professor R2. Oh, sorry, you just sent me. I'm tired. Phantom Monk, Darren Mai, Born to Be Down, The Devastator 5319, Sherms, Angry Sparrow 1, Folsom Lockdown, God Bless 5697, You Wrong, Elizabeth Quince, Sienna W, Istophobos, Volume Dealer 1, Z3 Fius, Double R Star, Radio Streamer, KD711711, Red Sixer Fan, James Wins, Hellcat Maverick, Psychosis 999, and Box Smella. Some interesting names we have here.
Yes. coming to help you get your 75 chatters, though. So,
yeah.
That is true.
Let's see over on YouTube. We had Elron Humperdinck. It's a great name, by the way. Elron Humperdinck. Jim Noxious, Spiegel, Ethereal Dragon, Andrew Broadbent, Phantom Outsider, Carlos Delfino, Mark D with a C, Remy D, Lasher, Go Badgers, Ron is Right, Inku, Destiny Captain, Butter Cafe, Gavin Unit, Ernie H. Town, Caleb Levine, Shannon K. I almost said Shanonk. Shannon K. Georgia Cyrex, Sonar J5, Echo 32, Echo 7, Joe Darkness, Keely Chow, Rogue's Backstory, Hoot Owl, Mega Cropper, Eagley Thomason, Angry Sparrow, The Real Head Case, Fishbulb, Anim, Red Pilled Rants, Ryan Lopez, Tomahawk 511, Strugun, Stephen Mack, Trev Toon Art, Istphobos, Big Sir River, Karunte, The Dead Man, and Darren M. And yes, we did get some fan funding. Darren M. with two $10 Canadian super chats, and Deadman with $1.99. Thank you so much for that support this evening.
Let me make sure that I have in the chat here. You guys can tell some jokes. I'm just gonna. I want to share the. I'm trying to find. Actually, you're a mod. You could share whatever, but I'll do it anyways. Here. YouTube.
Oh, you know what? I'll share the link to my video, even though it's unpublished. If you click on the link, you can actually.
Also a good idea. I'll find Mark D with a C in the meantime.
Thank you. Yep.
And
if I can find out how to get the link.
Do you feel that that course you're taking, did it help? Did it make any difference?
Yeah, I've been doing it for like over a year now, and they try to grow your memberships, and they give you all kinds of great tips, and they have creators on, and I don't know why I got picked for it, but it's a pretty nice program, and then you get swag too. So like they got this nice YouTube blanket, a YouTube sweatshirt. If you do, you have to publish videos and meet certain goals, and if you do that, you get some swag from YouTube, because they definitely do care about creators. The better the creator does, the better that YouTube does, right? So
yep.
And there are a lot of inside tips you get and learn about new features. So it's a fun, interesting thing to be part of, but you have to get invited to it. So I don't know how the heck I got picked, but because I'm a pretty small channel, but they had a stream today, and you're meeting with people that work for YouTube, and their only job is to like help creators. So sometimes it is frustrating when you have a YouTube problem, no one to reach out to, but this way at least you have someone you can actually talk to, which is amazing.
Is that Renee Ritchie that runs that?
He's the head. I think Renee Ritchie's the head of it, and then they have they call them like community partners, and then you get invited to this program, and then they have like every week they'll have like a seminar or things.
I actually really like Renee Ritchie. I knew him, followed him before he was even part of YouTube. And,
he was on with Leo Laporte a lot on.
He did a bunch of tech news stuff, which with Leo Laporte and other stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I feel kind of bad for him because he's been taking a lot of flack for some of the really awful decisions that YouTube has been making recently.
Yeah, the inauthentic
content stuff and whatever.
That's been really that's what the problem is when you're trying to you don't want to screw up, but then we don't know when the rules are vague.
Yeah, exactly. When the rules are vague, then you can't make sure that you follow the rules. I mean, I just imagine like trying to set rules for my students, like taking a test, and to be like, oh well, I'm sorry, you looked away from the screen 3 too many times, so now you get a 0 on your test or something.
Yeah, they're vague on purpose though, which allows them.
Of course they are, because it means that they can be capricious in how they apply the rules.
I'm trying to understand this comment quickly. Ask if you can suggest someone, Mark, and then she said suggest price, but I don't know what she's talking about. Elizabeth.
Oh, for this program. Yeah, no, I mean I have no idea how. I mean, yeah,
it's okay. It's fine.
I mean, the videos are. If I see something good, I can. Renee Ritchie's. I'm on their website. Yeah, YouTube creator liaison, and then you have like a community partner manager. So it is. They should actually publicize this stuff more. That that YouTube does want to help creators. So they do screw up a lot too on the other side. So.
Yeah, I just published the link to my unpublished video, so I'll know if somebody watches it. So, thank you guys. It's on The Expanse television show. So,
great show. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure, and I want to thank my co-host, Professor R2. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hopefully, you enjoyed the cape and the metallic tie that I presented.
I'll see what I can do to add some things into my.
I thought it looked pretty cool, but again, at the end, it's your avatar. I won't lie to you that I think that what I sent you makes you look kind of badass.
I'm still playing around. I had some other ideas too, so I'm still playing around with it.
You can always change your clothes, right? You don't have to wear the same clothes every day.
Yeah. And that's part of what I was thinking. You could have some different designs.
Yeah.
And then
true, but it's kind of good to have one thing that people know. But
don't be surprised if the bear shows up next week with a black cape and a silver tie.
Silver metallic tie. That'll make a lot of sense on the bear.
Saw a polar bear yesterday in her cruise to go see the solar eclipse in Iceland. Cool. She sent us a picture of polar bear. I'm like, well, it looked pretty far away, but like, please don't get too close, Nicole.
Was I related?
I don't know. I'll have to ask her. Yep. If the polar bear is wearing a night owl sweatshirt, I'll tell her to run faster. Yeah. Right.
I want to thank also Istophobos. Thank you for hanging out with us. And again, check out his video, whatever he sent here. And Mark D with the C, of course. Thank you for hanging out with us as well.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, always fun here in the middle of the night on the Night Owl every Tuesday and Thursday at 11:45 p.m. And today is Tuesday, so we will see you here on Thursday at 11:45 p.m. And again, if you're on Rumble, you have the app. You haven't signed up, sign up. It's free. Or you could do a premium thing where there's no ads, but both of them really cool. You should definitely do that and then follow us, and then you'll be in the loop when it comes to our streaming. Any other platform, like I said, I sometimes put a link in one place and you don't even know if you're subscribed or not. Make sure to look, make sure you're subscribed, so that way you'll always be a part of our wonderful late night streams where there's so many happy people that are enjoying this stream. And again, thank you to the panel and to the VIP panel members here. Awesome as always. And good night.
Middle of the night. It's about the end of the night. Good night.
Bye.